Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and to our council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Reverend James Emerson with First Methodist Church. Reverend.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Emerson, and I am a new resident of Corpus Christi.
Welcome.
Look at me.
Welcome.
I've joined the city coming from San Antonio on July 1 to serve as the senior pastor of First United Methodist Church, and it is an honor to be here this morning to offer prayer on behalf of this city. I started a sermon series with my staff entitled Get On Board, and it comes from Jeremiah 29:7, where it says, seek the peace and prosperity of the city where you reside, because in its prosperity will be the peace and prosperity of all its residents. And so we've been praying for this city, my city, our city together, and today it is an honor to come and to offer this prayer. Shall we pray? That's not a part of my prayer. God, as we take a moment to reflect on the important work our council and city staff do for our community, Corpus Christi, we express our gratitude for the dedication, diligence, and compassion of our mayor, Paulette Guajardo, and to the city council members who strive to improve the lives of our fellow citizens. We come before you with humble hearts, seeking to embody your love and kindness in our communities. Help us to be instruments of peace and justice, reflecting your light in a world often clouded by division and strife. Encourage us to act with compassion to those in need and to advocate for marginalized, to promote healing, reconciliation, and understanding as you inspire us to stand against injustice and to lift up those who have been silenced. Sovereign God, grant us the courage to love without reservation, to forgive as we have been forgiven, to do good, to do no harm, and to stay in love with you. May we approach our discussions with wisdom and unity of purpose, striving always to serve the greater good and to engage in meaningful dialogue that bridges gaps. As we work towards social holiness, the essential practice of growing in holiness within a community, not in isolation, but emphasizing the needs of brotherly and sisterly fellowship, accountability and mutual support, empower us to be a community rooted in love, hope, and faith. Let our lives reflect your teachings, and may our commitment to justice and service bring glory to your name. We strive in diversity, strengthen inclusion, and equity in action as we honor everyone of your creation. Holy God, let us be reminded of the impact of our decisions today, that we are made in your image, and that in our decisions we may offer peace and prosperity for your city. We pray in the blessed name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Reverend, and welcome to Corpus Christi. Yes, sir. So today our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Ella Therese Garcia. She's a 12th grader at St. John Paul II. She has a very big heart. She coordinated the Special Hearts Valentine's Dance for special needs students. She had a big role in that, and she is a state and regional qualifier for the track 400 meter and 800 meter.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Ellen. Good luck in your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu.
Here.
There he is. Gil Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy.
Present.
Mark Scott. Here. Carolyn Vaughn. Okay, Ms. Vaughn absent. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Before I begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address an important issue. This council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for discussion, civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, and we will not tolerate violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and showing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement, but will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. We're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in doing that in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you can come up to the podium and speak. At this time, I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. And these rules will also be displayed on the television screens above for your viewing.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Before that, please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information that you'd like to share with the council, if you'll please present it to Ms. Huerta prior to speaking, she'll distribute it to us. So with that, we're going to go on. Ms. Huerta, if you want to take it from here.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to talk about committee appointments today. The council will be making appointments to the Nueces County Appraisal District Board of Directors. There are 2 vacancies, and these individuals will be voted upon by all voting eligible units of the appraisal district. So that includes the city. You do have nominees, 3 nominees right now, or 3 applicants to choose from. And you can choose up to 2, make up to 2 nominations. Mayor Guajardo will be recusing herself from participating in this item.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Open for nominations for up to 2 people.
Oh, sorry, we need to do public comment. My apologies.
My apologies. Public comment. Any public comment for the nominations? All right, seeing none, open nominations for up to 2 people.
Correct.
I'd like to nominate Devin Baca.
I'd like to nominate Gabby Hilfold.
Devin Baca and Gabby Hillpold.
Okay.
Are any other nominations? I'm sorry. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead, Gil.
Rebecca, last time we did this, there was a point system associated with it. How is this different, this process different from that?
A point system? You mean the number of votes allocated?
Right. Like how many votes we have and how do we assign those votes to these 2 individuals?
Okay, so that'll be done when we do the ballot portion of it. The total that we received from the Nueces County Appraisal District, I think it was 400 votes, and that was allocated. It's just due to the number of vacancies. I think last time it was higher, so this time it's a little bit lower because of the number of vacancies. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and so how is that the next step here? Kind of explain it, because this is different from our normal appointment, so.
Yes, it is.
Please explain it fully so there's not any confusion.
Okay, so today, the council will be making their nominations, and all the other taxing entities will also be doing, not today, but they'll be doing the same thing, making up to their nominations. And the deadline to submit to NCAD is October the 2nd. And then after that, on October the 9th, NCAD, the Nueces County Appraisal District, they'll deliver ballots to the city and to all the other entities as well. And then the council at the October 14th or the 21st council meeting, then you'd approve a resolution to allocate votes on the ballot. So those 436 votes that you have, depending on the number of individuals you choose to vote for, you would give them all to one person, you would split it between two people, whatever was decided. And on that ballot, it's a full ballot, including the nominees from other entities as well. So it would be a full ballot, including that information. And October 21st, that's the latest date to pass that resolution. So then on the 24th, we would return the ballot resolution to the Nueces County Appraisal District, and then on December 5th, the Appraisal District would send voting results to the entities. So it is very different from other appointments.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see this again next month.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other nominations? All right, I'll close nominations. And we get to vote on each. You get
Yes.
up to two? All right. Is there a motion to appoint?
I move to appoint. Second.
All right.
Okay, we'll be approving a resolution. Well, actually, this is a motion to nominate. So let's just, let's make that motion. Well, actually, let's go ahead and pass the resolution, including these two nominees. Let's do that. So the two nominees are Bodka and Hilphold.
And he's so moved. And second, there's a second. All those in favor, do you want a voice vote or you want us to?
I can use I just didn't put the nominees in, but I can do that real quickly. Okay, are you ready? Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready, except would you just put me down voting? I'm going to vote for the mayor's position. You realize that's me, right? Not her sitting here? I'm going to vote aye. You want me to go to my chair to vote aye?
No, I guess
All right,
we'll just.
okay, just want to make sure.
Okay, and that's everybody? Oh, no, there. All right, and then Mr. Cantu?
Aye.
Okay. And can we see you? There you go. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so that's 7, and of course, Mayor Guajardo recused. That's actually Councilmember Scott,
Got it.
Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Okay.
So the resolution passes.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Turn it back over to the mayor. The mayor just wants to confirm that it reflected her name, but it was my vote at her seat.
Confirm? Somebody? Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to section H, and that is our consent agenda items 2 through 24. Let's see here. Any requests to pull any items? I'm actually going to pull a few myself. Just have a couple questions on item number 16, 17, 22, and 22. Yeah, that's it. Council members, any items you'd like to pull?
Move for approval.
We have a motion and a
Oh,
second.
Mayor, we also need to pull 2 because we're not going to be approving the minutes for the 9th. We're including your packet. We're still working on them. So on item number 2, it would just be the
Item
August
3?
Ma'am? I'm sorry?
What are you saying?
I'm saying on item number 2 that we want to pull that because we're not going to be approving the September 9th meeting,
Okay.
those meeting
Pull
minutes.
item 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 23, okay, so we have item number 2, we have 16, 17, 22, I think. Yeah, 22.
I have 22.
And Gil, you have 23? 23, okay. We have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment, I'm sorry, yes. Would anybody like number 6? Oh, let's see. Okay, so now we have a motion and a second. Rebecca, you have those pulled?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Are you ready?
Okay. Please submit your vote. Okay, so item,
Oh, no, hold on.
sorry.
Okay, and Mr. Cantu?
Aye.
The motion carries. Item 16, do we have staff? 16 and 17, really. Same question. 16.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Juan Rivera, Interim Director of Asset Management.
Yes, Juan, thank you. I pulled these items, so both of these items are purchases of 16. Item 16 is 14 additional vehicles. Item 17 is 54 replacement vehicles and 10 additional. So the thing I was wondering, or that I noticed, is on both, there are several vehicles which require upfitting. And I do understand, we're talking, I think on one of them, F-550s. Those are huge vehicles, and I understand they have welding equipment or cranes or what have you. The vehicle itself is $66,000. The upfitting is $126,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And so my question is not, I recognize that there's a cost for that, just like police cars and fire cars and all of that. But when we buy from whomever it is on the buy board, do they in that contract have that authority to subcontract out the upfitting? And if so, I'm thinking the answer is yes to that, but do we have any, do they just hand us an invoice that says, here's $126,000 for the upfitting? Or is there any kind of competitive, bidding in that?
So, Mayor, yes. So they do hand us a breakdown of every upfitting cost, and we do get a separate invoice from the vehicle. So we do have an invoice that has the whole breakdown of what that invoice is going to be for the upfitting. We do that. And it all comes from the buy board.
But who, like the person that's selling us the vehicle doesn't do the upfitting? So
No.
they send it out?
They do send it out, yes, ma'am.
But do we have any authority or any oversight over that? Or is it just we work with these people and here's the charge?
So that is a great question. I'll just bring up my assistant, Russell Dean, to kind of answer that.
Okay.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Russell Dean, I'm with the fleet. So the answer to your question is it's kind of a pipeline type process. However, we do have some say in where we get the upfitting done because we don't want to be overcharged for the upfitting as well. So there's multiple entities within the area region that we go through to get upfitting done to these vehicles. So it's not necessarily we're always using the same person for each one of those upfitting. So it is a competitive process to make sure the upfitting is done.
Okay, and so we're looking at that closely. That's the whole, the concern is their taxpayer dollars, and we know that, upfitting is it's a huge expense, but when it's subbed out, I was concerned with how much authority or how much oversight we have on those costs.
Yes, ma'am. Full oversight.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor, and you did mention something that I do want to highlight, and it was the actual vehicles and how big they are. So when you start doing the upfitting, you have to take into consideration the max gross vehicle weight ratio. Mm-hmm. So by state law, once you start upfitting these vehicles, they do weigh a lot more, and it's unsafe for the roads when you start piling up a lot of weight into these vehicles. And that's why we actually have to increase into larger vehicles.
And I appreciate you explaining all that. There was so much detail in these items, and
Yes,
I really appreciated that. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to move forward item 16 and 17. No, he's waiting on an item, I think. Yeah. You have a question on this one? So do you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, one of the issues here is that we don't see what your total fleet is, right? We just see you coming and asking for scissor lifts and vehicles, but we don't know how much vehicles are going in, how many going out, what the condition of those vehicles are, why you're asking for more. I guess the next time you bring something like this, bring what we're replacing and why. Because this is a lot of money, and all these, it's a lot of money for these vehicles, right? So I just want to make sure that we're, make sure we're fitting a need and not a want,
Yes, council member.
okay?
We can bring that, and I think we have that included in the exhibits currently.
Okay.
Councilmember, one of the things to look at is, as you said, is why we're replacing it. Why the department wants to replace is in your packet. I think your question is more of, are we getting the full use of the vehicle that we're replacing? Some of the examples I have that I can give you are, for example, for gas department, we have a vehicle that we purchased in 2014, $95,000. We spent $73,000 in maintenance for the vehicle since that time. So most of these vehicles fall in that category where we purchased them for a certain price, and we've already gone up to over 70% of the purchase value to maintain those vehicles over the years, and that's why they're being replaced.
Okay, well, I mean, we're talking about the vehicles and then where they're assigned to, right? I mean, we have different wastewater treatment facilities and we have various lift stations, but are these assigned to specific locations?
Is in departments or is in actual?
No. I mean, in, actual use, where is this particular piece of equipment going to be used at?
Okay, got you. Now, that I don't have in the packet there as far as exactly where in the city that would go to as far as the specific location throughout the city. No, sir.
Okay, because you have this like Genie Man lift, a TZ50, and then you also have a scissor lift here as well.
Wesley Nevgen, Director CCW. So yes, those particular, there is a table inside the packet that gives an explanation of the ones that are assigned directly to individual plants. If you look at some of the trucks, the crane trucks, things like that, explains how they're going to be used throughout, like on the lift stations, things like that. As far as the lifts, the scissor lift, those will be utilized throughout all the plants. Those are actually used on cable trays, overhead lighting, areas like that, where at all 6 wastewater treatment plants, including lift stations, that it can be shipped there. Believe it or not, they're actually also lowered into lift stations, into dry wells and lift stations that are 30, 40 feet deep, so you can actually work on overhead work down in the bottom of lift stations as well. So they're utilized throughout the system.
So how many scissor lifts do you have?
None.
There's no scissor lifts at all?
No, we rent them.
So what's been the issue with renting? Is it exceeding the cost of what it would be to purchase one?
It is between the lead times to get it there to the sites and being able to utilize it, mobilize it when we do need it. It's more cost effective for us to go ahead and purchase one of these to have it available. As with all of this equipment, we did a cost-benefit analysis on all of this before we went. That doesn't mean we're not renting some equipment still. We will continue to rent some equipment. It only makes sense because of the cost. But in these particular cases, it makes more sense for us to purchase.
Now, do you have the capability to maintenance this, or is it going to be contracted out? How many scissor lifts do we have in the city? We have no scissor lifts whatsoever in the city.
It would be contracted out, sir. The maintenance on that equipment, sir, will be contracted out. We don't have the capability in-house to maintain those.
And these are going to be where? Where are you going to have these? I mean, obviously, it's not going to be, is it going to be, where are you going to keep these?
The scissor lifts, they will be, normally they will be housed at OSO. That has the most need for it. OSO and Broadway plant is where the most of the need is for the scissor lift. So that's going to be where they'll be stored.
Okay, thank you.
Juan, back to my original question, the upfitting.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we, and I guess I would suggest, I don't know, and I don't know if it's just not included here, but also the markup is I guess, worrisome, right? I don't know what it is.
The 10% contingency.
No, the markup on the upfitting, the 126,000, for example?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would suggest that if you don't already look at that markup, and I don't know that there is a huge market, right, for upfitting, probably not. There's probably less than a handful of people.
Specialized shops.
Right. But I think that if there is an up or markup that is 50, 60% versus, I don't know, 30%, let's just say, and I have no idea, I would think that's something we can negotiate. And I don't know, and this isn't about, I appreciate the detail y'all put into this item, because you really crossed every T here. But at the end of the day, when you see an upfitting charge, right, that is twice the cost of the vehicle, and I understand why, the equipment, it's just about protecting the taxpayer dollar, right? And making certain that this type of oversight, helps to build trust, public trust in everything, every dollar that we're spending. So I would suggest that you guys look at the markup and see how you could possibly maybe negotiate that down if in fact that is something that is too high.
Yes, Mayor, that's something that we will take a look at.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start real quick. Peter, I'd assume that what she's talking about, the markup, all of these enhancements that these pieces of equipment need, you're basically buying the basic structure of the equipment on a lot of these service, and they're very specific to the task you're buying them for. And so you have to very specifically identify what toolkits and what tool sets have to go on there. I didn't see anything that's like flashy and logos or wraps or anything like that. So it is bare minimum to the job. And so that's what kind of puts us in this niche. Where do we get it and how much does it cost?
Right, that's correct, Councilwoman.
Essentials.
That's correct.
Right.
Perfect, thank you. My next question, since we are procuring equipment that we haven't typically had, do we have the training? Do we have the trailers to cart? Do we have, Councilmember Hernandez touched a little bit on storage. I know we were building a fairly robust CCW storage facility. Do we have a place to maintain those in interim? That kind of thing?
Yes, Councilwoman. So do we have the training? Absolutely, I would say yes, because CCW currently does rent the same equipment that they're trying to purchase, so they know how to operate that.
Okay.
Do we have the ability to maintain it in-house? Currently, we do not, so that equipment would have to be contracted out. Our mechanics don't have the capability to maintain those scissor lifts yet. So it's something that we could be looking into. And then when it comes to that warehouse, so CCW and Asset Management do share a warehouse down in the Civitan Service Center. So we do have half and half, and we are looking for possibilities for Asset Management to kind of consolidate some of our stuff so we can allow CCW to have a little bit more space in that warehouse, because the equipment that they house is a lot more expensive than ours.
Okay, perfect. So then, Councilmember Hernandez kind of touched on it, but my question, where he was talking about including like a breakdown of the total fleet. For me, when I read this, throughout our packet, it lists in a couple of places if there's a specific piece of equipment that needs to go to a specific facility, but other than that, it is kind of broad, and it will just kind of say per department. And it does list, is this a replacement or is this an addition to the fleet? So I appreciate that. What I think would be really helpful for me, because I want to support the department, and I know, all of this work, all of these equipment pieces go into really good and very valuable work. But it would be interesting for me to include in that which specific item is it replacing? Kind of like have we exceeded the useful life on this, so we're buying a new one? Or is this earmarked because now we have hired new roles in the department and so now we need new equipment? Is this, you had some that was specifically referencing those facilities, and or this is utilized at all facilities, that kind of thing. Yeah, so if we could see some of those, because my bigger question is, of course, I want to get the equipment we need for everybody, but these are big dollar amounts, and I want to be able to feel really comfortable. All right, I know we're retiring 6 trucks because they're just completely spent. Now, I know why, and it's not that I don't believe y'all that it's not, but I can piece to it, why did we say yes or no? So that'd be helpful for me.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for actually bringing this. It does make me think about the other departments. Like, since we're renting, we've been renting some of these, new these equipment. So how is it that the rest of the departments throughout the city are, instead of like renting, like your department is renting this, Skyjack, scissor lift, some of these others, do we as a city, the other departments, do we share some of these equipment?
Councilwoman, for departments, that equipment is not available throughout the city. So there are other departments that also rent equipment locally to use for special projects. Asset management rents cranes. When we did the 5th floor window, that crane was rented by asset management to get that in there. So there's other departments that do rent specialized equipment that we don't have in-house. Some of it is actually very, very expensive. So renting it, since it's low usage, we usually just prefer to rent that instead of buying it. CCW, in their case, they actually have high usage for the vehicles that they're trying to purchase. So renting it for them actually is more expensive, and they have less, not as a quick response time for the jobs that they have to be on.
Yeah, Councilwoman, to the sharing question,
Yes.
the sharing does take place. Some of this equipment is used 24/7 by that department, like a CCW, but in some cases, when there's an opportunity to share, we do that.
Okay, so I
solid
just
waste,
wanna-
yeah, solid waste is a good example. They'll share their rail loading garbage trucks with the Parks Department when there's major beach event days. So some of that does happen.
That's correct.
Okay,
And I was referencing these vehicles. That's why I say we don't share these, because we don't have them, but absolutely, sir.
Okay, so that's what I wanted just to be clear, that, before our other departments are, renting, other equipment, that I guess we are checking with the asset management. And, okay, so just, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And Juan, if you don't mind sending that, the markup.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
give
I
us
will.
a little bit
This is
more.
all the whole stack right here. And I have it on there just for you.
Good. Give us a little info on that, because
Absolutely.
again, I know the market's small for it, but I think we might be able to do a better negotiating job on that.
Okay.
The other thing is, Peter, do we have to have 54 items, 54 vehicles, or actually what, more than that, right?
There's 64 total,
64.
and then 14 with CCW, so.
Yeah, and those are separate items, but can those 64, do they all have to come in one big, it's just a lot.
Yeah, the department.
Or is that the
will have
best
to answer
way?
that, But we do about 4 big buys a year. So a lot of it has to do with the delivery, when we can get the vehicles from the production.
Okay.
So we can't just go out there and buy anything.
Right.
We have to put in an order.
Right.
And it's usually they're telling us, okay, now you can get your order.
So it's better to do it this way.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It may not be better, but it's how the industry works, which is they only deliver to us at a point in time once we place our order. These are long lead items, so we have to kind of wait in line.
That's correct.
And then, so we're a little bit at the behest of the industry.
Okay.
yes.
Juan, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hernandez?
Are we discussing 16 and 17?
Yes.
Okay. So the question I had with 17, I thought we were going to do this separately. Okay, you have 16 is straight out purchase from the wastewater department. Everything else is on this lease program where we're borrowing money or effectively borrowing money to purchase these vehicles. It doesn't really state, I guess, an interest rate, or
It does.
maybe I missed it. Oh, 10%.
No,
Right.
the interest rate is actually 4 point,
Where's it
I'll
at?
get you that number right now. It's on the agenda item, and it's 4.25 is the interest rate on those leased for 60 months. And that's on fiscal impact.
Yeah. It was just a large item.
No worries, sir.
Funding detail. Okay, I'll get back to that, but why the difference? I mean, you have other utilities on here from enterprise funds. How does it that wastewater did it a direct purchase and the other ones went through this lease program?
So for that, I'll pass it over to my assistant.
Sir, I think the issue is they're not all lease. Just the solid waste vehicles at the top of that exhibit are the lease purchase vehicles. The rest of the vehicles down there are funded out of the VERF program, the general fund, or the streets fund.
right, I think a
And
little
if
more.
your question is, as Mr. Rivera told me, is why we're lease purchasing those particular items. The issue is the value or the price tag on those vehicles. The department, in this case solid waste, doesn't have the capability to purchase $400,000 garbage trucks, multiple of those out of their budget. And so they lease purchase those items instead of purchase outright.
Is there a phased replacement plan for that?
There is, Councilman. So in the past 6 years, we've been adding money to the budget, financial reserves, saving cash, so we don't have to do these lease purchases. My first year here, we were almost 100% borrowing money to buy new vehicles or replacement vehicles. So today, Russell, how much do we have in the BERF fund? What percent of our fleet is pay-as-you-go versus taking loans out?
Well, right now, the number, which she told me yesterday, and I think it's something like 60% of our vehicles right now.
60%. So, Councilman, over the past 5 years, we've been able to save cash because we know we're going to have to replace these vehicles at a point in time, and we forego that interest payment, even though 4.25 is not 10%, it's still interest, and it's not a good use of taxpayer money. So it's going to take us some time to put additional monies into this replacement fund, as we call it, so that the goal is 100% of all our vehicles, no matter what the value is 100% cash purchased, foregoing interest payments. But we started.
So it also goes to how much debt we carry as a city.
Right, absolutely. That's why we've been saving money in the general fund and all these operating funds. So 60% 5 years ago was 0%, was on a pay-as-you-go. Now we're at 60%.
So what are the terms of this lease program in terms of on the financial impact? You have 4.5%.
60 months. It's a term.
60 months, 4.25, sir. So $25,000 of that lease comes out of the general fund for fiscal year 25 this year. And then the remaining balance of $1.4 million will be across 60 months at 4.25.
So how do we classify this? This is not necessarily a tax note. This is...
It's like an auto loan, you know, but they call it a lease. In our world, they call it a lease purchase, but it's essentially an auto loan. It's like you and I going to buy our own vehicle. It's from, I don't know if Sergio's here, but it's, we do a procurement process to select the lender or the financial institution. Sergio? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Councilman, it appears as a liability on the balance sheet. It's basically a short-term loan, and so we'll report.
Kind of like a tax note, but tax note is what, 7 years?
Correct, 7 years. So it does appear up on our balance sheet. For the utility funds, on the government funds, it won't show on your fund balance. I mean, on your fund financials, it'll show on the government-wide financials. And they're also disclosed in our footnotes in the financial statements.
How much total debt do we have under this lease program?
At least I don't have that off my head, but I can get those numbers for you. It's in our annual financial report. We have that number.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will go ahead and entertain a motion. Or does anyone have public comment on these items? Okay, we'll close that. I'll entertain a motion to approve items 16 and 17.
So moved.
We have a motion second. Please submit your vote.
I only have 16 on here, Mayor, but let's see. Okay, Mr. Cantu?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. And we'll do 17.
Yeah, and that's for 16 and 17.
Oh, this is for both. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go back to item number 6. That is an ordinance approving an economic development incentive agreement through the B.
Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. I just want to make sure that you understand that I do not object to you passing this. However, I do want you to take into consideration that this council needs to stay out of financing hotels. Okay, there's another issue I want you to consider, because in this particular issue, there have been allegations, and I've looked into some of them, about the partnership between David Ajeev and the person with doing this. You had John Bell stand up here and tell you that there was no partnership. However, I want you to know that if at any time you find out of this, proof that he's involved, either as a partner or as a contributor to it, that you at that time remove those funds and launch an investigation on fraud. Because those are some of the things that you're going to need to take a look at. That's why I'm telling you that when you do jobs at $14 an hour and you give $2 million for it, it's not worth it. This hotel could have been built without your $2 million, and that's our taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment, and I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 6.
I move for approval.
Motion and a second.
Okay, Mr. Cantu?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 22, I had a question. This is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Freeze and Nichols for the design, bid, and construction of Williams Drive Road. Quick question on this, Mr. Edmonds. I wanted to make sure that this is going to be paid out of what fund?
Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. The funding that's available in this project is Type B funding that was approved, I'm going to say, over 2 years ago. And that's the only funding in there. We only have funding for upfront costs. So there was about $4.3 million that was approved by Type B.
Okay, but the total is?
And this contract is just under $2 million for the design.
Okay, but the project itself is 40 some odd million.
It's estimated to be almost a $48 million project to extend that road and the drainage all the way across from Rodfield to Lexington.
Okay, and that's going to open up, can you give us the impact of that?
The impact?
Of this project to that area?
Well, in terms of that property and the developability of that property and abating some of the floodplain issues, it's going to make a big difference. But we have yet to identify the construction funding for this.
The construction what?
Funding.
Oh, okay.
So we have adequate money for the design, and then whatever's left over can go towards construction. But
when do we see that happening, Peter?
The design's going to be in excess of a year, Jeff?
It'll probably take at least a year to get this designed.
Yeah, so we could look at it as a candidate project for bond 2026. In terms of economic development, Synergy recently broke ground on a portion of this project site. Their construction cost is $45 million. So there's still developable property there, and there's kind of a workaround in place right now until the road is completely done. But this will finish off Williams. And more importantly, it's a drainage project, less of a road widening project. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we're contemplating phasing that into 2 different construction phases.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, on the evaluation matrix, the RFQ matrix here you have several companies that made submissions. I guess you interviewed 3 of them, or actually 4 of them. And Freeze and Nichols that you're awarding this to had a perfect score. And, this kind of goes to, heck, I was talking about this morning, about how subjective this process is and how friendly that it seems that your department is with Freeze and Nichols.
I would say how consistently they do good work and deliver on their projects. Now, the way we normally do it is by category, and then we'll typically map the projects to firms by their ranking. And at the time, it was believed that this was probably the better project. So a lot of the others have already gotten their project and done their work, and we're still working on getting this design contract awarded. So I guess what I'm saying in this case, being top ranked didn't necessarily work out in their favor.
I mean, a perfect score. I mean, everybody that was on this panel assigned them a perfect score. Are you telling me?
That's my read of that. I wasn't on the panel, but
Okay, Jeff, the concern here obviously is, having preferential treatment, right? Whether it's accurate or perceived, you get that perceived. It's like Saddam Hussein went in with 90% of the vote, right? Kind of aspect of it. I'm being, a little bit extreme on that aspect about that, but you do get the sense of it being not necessarily a fair process.
I need to verify that this is in fact correct, because it is unusual to see these things come out perfect score. I think that could be a clerical error, but I will say they are consistently ranked at the top, and they consistently do the best work on this type of project.
Okay, well, again, it's one of those, my experience here over the last 6.5+ years has been that there's, an appearance of favoritism towards this company.
I can certainly see where you could perceive that as favoritism, but I'd encourage you, talk to my construction folks. Those are the guys that deal with problems, right? And they can tell you who's doing a good job and who's not. And when there are issues, who's responding and helping us to get the issues resolved. And I guarantee you, anybody over there you talk to is going to say Friesen Nichols, hands down, does the best job.
Okay, well, like I said, I want to make sure that we're looking at this as a fair basis. And Peter, I'd ask that you make sure that look at the processes, because there's no way for us to, until we get the actual detail from the individual scoring matrix for each individual members of that, team that reviewed these processes, you got to make sure that the process is fair. And, sometimes if you're utilizing, your own, relationship with another, with somebody that works with you, that's not necessarily the case. Like, how much work have we actually done with Half Associates?
We've done a decent amount with them. For example, they did the work for the Harbor Bridge mitigation project that we just awarded. They've done road projects for us. The number 2 ranked firm on here was LJA. They've done a good bit of road work for us. They're doing
Yorktown right now. Yeah. They're doing a lot of work on the island too. Okay, I'll leave it at that, but I just want you to review the processes.
Yeah, we hear you, Councilman.
Because it was perfect score. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Scott.
I was going to say, Friesen Nichols is like my wife. They're both perfect, and they're just want to make sure she hears that if she's watching. Look, I love Friesen Nichols. I think everybody I talk to in your department says they do great work. I have, in my past tenure here, they did amazing work for the city of Corpus Christi. So if you're sitting in a room, I don't think anybody appears disparaging Friesen Nichols. There's a question about the process. I think you should all, at least from me, hear that I think they've done fantastic work for the city. I just don't like the project. This has been a burr in my saddle for a decade. And I'm not mad I'm just mad in general, right? So tell me, why do we have to put a street behind what will someday be Moore Plaza? I get that the street, let me back up. I get the street was in the original design 50 years ago, and we had the cross sections, and Williams was going to go all the way to Rodfield, and so that people could come down Rodfield, and then they wouldn't have to get on Holly. They would come down Williams over to wherever they wanted. But those days are over, because we have eliminated access from Enterprise, right, to Rodfield. So that whole collector transportation system, I think, is out. And I've wanted for a long time to eliminate that street from the master plan, and it hasn't. And because it's always been on the paper, I think you guys are doing what you need to do, which is, hey, it's on a plan, and so we're going to require a street. So I don't know why we're building the street behind, and do we really have to, other than that it's on a map?
Well, there's two answers.
And you've been waiting to answer, I can tell.
Well, the fact that it's on the map isn't what's triggering me.
Okay.
The fact that it's in the approved CIP is what.
All right, I'll give you that. I wasn't here for that, but okay.
Yeah, it was approved a couple of years ago. It's also in the one that was just approved.
Dang it. Did I approve that one?
I think you did, sir.
Probably did.
Now, I think Ernie can give you a better answer to the second.
Yeah, I don't know why we're building
Yeah, Councilman, while Ernie comes up, go ahead, Ernie.
How much is it going to cost all in?
$50 million, but it's primarily a drainage project. So the conveyance of stormwater off that big tract of property where Synergy is going to be going there is no drainage system. So in order to build, we have to convey, unless the developer turns that big tract of land into a big portion of it into an on-site detention pond, which is not a good use of real estate in that area. So the majority of this work is storm outfall, storm drainage, underground storm drainage. And then Ernie can speak to this, but I think TxDOT had issue with using the access road as a primary ingress and egress, and I think they required a secondary road,
Right,
but
yes,
Ernie can speak to that.
Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works. Yes, that is correct. Yes, sir. So a couple of things. Right now, those boxes outfall into that ditch.
Yep.
And if you've seen a lot, or a major storm event, which we haven't had one in a while, but a major storm event, it actually is so much flow velocity in that area that it's causing a lot of erosion. And so that's one of the issues we're having in that area.
It causes erosion on the existing
It's kind of
stormwater
functioning.
ditch?
Correct. It's like almost like a nozzle.
I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, it's almost like a nozzle. There's a lot of velocity through there. So this will improve that. But what it does is it pushes that down the road or down the ditch, for example. And so a couple of moving parts. One, that proposed development is going to have access on the backside where you would need an intersection through that signal going straight through. So right now, the only access points is a driveway on Rodfield that's currently not being used in between the intersection signal and the frontage of SPID. There's a driveway that's not being used right now. That one actually was approved by TxDOT when I was at TxDOT. So it was something that was approved a long time ago in anticipation of development there. And then on the frontage road, there's another access point there. So the right way to do it is when a development comes, they do a traffic impact analysis, and a part of that analysis determines how much points of ingress and egress you need. This will add one, but we can't have that with a ditch there, and then we can't solve that velocity issue without improving the drainage structures there. So that was problem number one being solved. Problem number two is that as the development gets improved in that whole area, they have to do a pre and post. And so right now, what I understand is they're going to store water on their land for a point, and then they have to get the water off, which will add to the system. So Friesen Nichols or whoever gets selected will do that analysis for us to make sure that, one, we don't have erosion issues moving forward, and then two, that those culverts do hold traffic and they do provide that circulation that's needed at that intersection.
Is the traffic going to go over the culverts?
Yes, sir. Yeah, those are going to be direct traffic culverts.
It's just because one of my other issues is that you're just taking, taxable property. That's high. It's got to be high value property, and you're taking it off the tax roll when you put it onto a street. So the box culverts have been there. I don't know, 20 years.
I don't have the time frame, but they've been there a while.
Yeah, a long time. And I don't recall anybody saying there's significant erosion on that ditch. It just means I hadn't heard that until you said it today. And you may have said it to previous councils. It's just the first I've heard it. And then so we're going to box culvert. And when it gets to Enterprise, what's on the other side of Enterprise? That's just an open ditch too.
Right. Do you recall we did a project out in that open outfall? We removed all the trees and stuff, I guess before you get to SPID.
Right.
That was to improve that erosion and of course, that drainage as well.
I cycle out there. So we're going to put the box culverts in because it's going to reduce or eliminate erosion, which I'm not I'm not saying you're wrong, I just hadn't seen, that's the first I've heard. And then we're going to put a road on top of it because it's going to help people, patrons of whatever developed there, get out of the facility.
Right, it'll be a second.
Because I get there's a light there, and that's the only reason I think it has some merit is the light at Williams and Rodfield that allows a left-hand turn as you leave the facility. But does the road have to be all the way to Enterprise Inn, or is there any savings?
No, right now, like Jeff had just mentioned, we're looking at a phased approach. So the first phase only goes probably maybe 200 or 300 feet beyond the intersection to a proposed drive on the backside.
And does the developer pay part of this, or is it all on us?
I do not know. I'd ask Mike.
I think it's 100% on the city, Councilman.
All right, well,
yeah, and just to add, so the box culverts are necessary to convey new stormwater that will come from new development. Once that farm field turns into asphalt and rooftop, the stormwater has to get conveyed to basically the Oso. Is it the Oso Creek area?
Right next to where the university is back into.
So the box culverts are less to reduce scour, more to convey stormwater the whole length of that Williams Drive out to the outfall.
So you're implying that because you're going to put asphalt, there'll be a faster runoff.
Absolutely.
More water in the ditch. I get that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And there's some study there somewhere that says that's more capacity than the ditch will hold?
Right, if you just.
That's what freezes.
Yeah, if you were to, so the takeaway is you do need access at that intersection to the backside. And it's either going to be with culverts or you build a bridge. And then you drive on top of a bridge type structure.
Yeah.
But like I said, preliminary assessment was that there was issues with velocity. And that's where, the consultant comes in. They come solve that problem for us and then give us the designs to make sure that's not an issue. But mainly it was for access at that intersection.
You can ask a question. Okay, there's other questions. So, all right, okay. I have issues. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Roy.
Jeff, this is a question for you. So when I initially looked at this, and I've listened to a couple of the other council members, I was concerned because they got a perfect score. I thought, okay. But then you basically said they're a great company, awesome company. But then you said something that does concern me. And you said that there's a possibility that it could be a mistake.
Well, I'm a little surprised that you had the number of people all giving this perfect score. I'm confident they were ranked number one, but I look at it the same way Councilman Hernandez does.
Yeah.
That maybe.
Well, here's my concern with that. We're trying to make a decision today based on the possibility of a mistake, which I don't know if it is a mistake, how close are they? Could they be a 93? Could they be a 95, a 97? I don't know. My gut tells me, at least when I look at this, that maybe we need to table this and have staff go back and get back with us in terms of looking at the RFQ and give us insight on whether it was a mistake or not.
If I may. If it helps this council, I was a non-rating member on that procurement. So I was witness to the process. And so out of all the consultants there, I did witness the interview process. So out of all of the consultants there, some of them provided presentations. There were some consultants that didn't bring a presentation whatsoever. They just shot from the hip and answered questions. So I can tell you that their presentation was one of the best. I wasn't a scoring member, so I didn't see the scoring members' results. That's one thing. The other thing is that, based on the results process, there are some people from Public Works rating the scores, and then there's also engineering services. And so that helps you, understand the process.
Well, what concerns me, and I think in life, sometimes you have people that they may have the best product, and unfortunately, they just don't get the best presentation.
Right.
So part of your scoring mechanism and looking at this is that you're looking at past relationships in terms of how they did, the quality of the jobs that they've done in the past, and that you're using a lot more to determine their value than to the day of the presentation. You know what I mean? Maybe somebody showed up and they had the flu, but they wanted to drive on thinking that they're really helping the process, and they weren't.
Right.
So when I say all of this, at least in my mind, that is a concern of mine. Because again, especially working with RFQs over the years, it's just very rare that you find somebody that's just perfect. Somebody's going to give a 0.8, somebody's going to have a 0.9. And so, again, I'm questioning that.
Right, yes, sir.
I can't help but do it.
And all I was just trying to explain is that from what I witnessed, it was very obvious that there was a big, gap between.
Might be a gap, but were they perfect? That's my point.
Right, yes, sir. Understood.
All right. Thanks.
Councilman Hernandez.
From what I understand, and this might be Ernie as well, this was supposed, we put money, 1 cent sales tax for stormwater projects, and a lot of this was supposed to be paid from that. But you have $31 million in revenue $37 million in revenue bonds to pay for this. Is my understanding that's not correct?
This is from the current year budget, and this was the plan that was developed kind of a year ago, but I don't.
It was on the list, sir, for the
Right, it was on the list.
Yes, sir.
Right, so
Okay.
Yeah, so it's one of the listed projects for the Prop F.
We haven't decided, but we have not decided yet how we're going to.
Correct.
What we're going to recommend for the 1/8 cent, either for the American Bank Center or the Hilliard Center or the stormwater. That'll come in these next couple of months. We're going to bring that to council. So this is a little preliminary, is my point. We may not recommend issuing revenue bonds. We may.
Well, there's just not a lot of revenue in
Right.
in
Yeah.
stormwater at all.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, and we still have a lot of other projects that are going to be taking debt service from that.
Yeah, I think I think this page is a little dated, the capital budget page, admittedly. What Jeff said is accurate, is that we have no identified funding for construction.
That's correct. He's right here.
Oh, there he is, okay. And so for the 1/8 cent for the flood control that the voters approved with the sales tax, we have to come to council in these next 3 months with a program, a recommendation, and that will include, do we debt finance, do we issue debt so you could fast track some of these projects or not? We haven't decided that yet, nor has the council.
What's the timeline for the design?
I think you can easily count on this taking a year.
Okay, you have
Yeah, so the sheet that was included
design
here
through
was
next July.
last year's CIP page. So the one that was just approved showed no construction dollars. It just showed
Okay, the new one
IP
shows
fund.
no construction dollars? Well, that's
Correct.
good. So the new capital budget, Councilman, that you all approved a few weeks ago, has $0 for construction.
Right, for
This
next
page
year.
is dated, as I mentioned, it's from last summer.
Okay, but on your agenda memo, you have construction starting next October.
Right, that's why, like you said, we probably shouldn't have had this page in there. We probably should have put the 26 budget page in. You'll have a different timeline. This is from a year ago. This was the plan as of a year ago.
I think we'd had this queued up to bring a couple of months. If we do need to table it, it's just.
We don't need, excuse me, so right now we're checking the scores, Councilman, so if you want, I would recommend we'll get you an answer on was it 100% or not, and maybe just delay the vote on it today, and then we can bring it back before the council meeting's over. Our finance director's looking at the scores right now. We don't recommend tabling it.
Okay.
Okay,
Councilman
thank
Eden?
you, thank you.
Yeah. But the funding for it is what's going to come back in the next couple of months? I mean, how we're going to pay for it?
Right, no, well, so the design is paid for using prior Type B sales tax.
Right.
The $50 million for construction and the phasing of it, that plan has to come back at some point.
Right.
Yeah, and so the new 1/8 cent for flood control that the voters approved, this project, I'm not for certain, but it may be on the list. It's on the list, so we have to see how, is this the priority over other projects that were on the list? And so where does this fit in that queue? And what about the bond program 26 and so on? So there's a lot of work still to be done, but as Jeff said, it's going to take well over a year to design it. So we can't do anything until we get the design anyway. So it's prudent to move forward, especially because Synergy already broke ground on their $45 million, 50,000 square foot complex.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Where it shows from 2024, prior years in funding were over 4 million on it, was that?
That was the Type B funding.
Is that something we've had earmarked for this time, or have we already expensed that 4 million?
No, it has been expensed. This would come out of that, and the remainder, which is roughly 2 million, could be used for construction.
I see. Okay. Well, kind of to Ernie's point, I think that it's very valuable to have the access to a project of this scope, deterring some of that potential congestion in the access to the highway. I know that if you look at Staples, Everhart, those types of things, it's incredibly dense. And so I think it's a very valuable project, and I actually had a staff member take the time to reach out to me and say that they've had an excellent experience working with the recommended contractor here, but it's difficult to say yes to something based on, is there a question mark on the score number? So you said we'll wait till later in the meeting?
If that's the council's desire, we'll have them here momentarily. I'm checking right now, but there's probably only four or five scorers, so it won't take it's not going to take a week. We should have it in the next 15 minutes or so.
Okay,
Let's do that. Let's do that. And so we'll pause item number 22. 22? Yes, and we'll come back to that. Okay, the last item pulled, that was Councilman Hernandez. That is item number, well, I didn't ask for public comment, I'm sorry, on item 22. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment on the item we just were speaking on?
Rachel Caballero, D1. Apparently, we're not learning about the phase 1, phase 2 funding and funding things partially before we are aware of where the additional funding is going to be coming into place. My concern isn't so much with the street, but there is concern with using Friesen Nichols, who you guys heavily relied on and funded in excess of $10 million for the Inner Harbor desal plant. Now we're looking at additional funding for street maintenance and repair. And we have a street maintenance and repair department, but the concern here is that you guys keep making, and maybe I shouldn't say the council, but city staff keeps working on approaches that do not work. 1 year to lay out one street. So it's starting to look like Friesen Nichols is complying with receiving taxpayer funds for not the projects that they're meant to be for. And I would like to ask this entire body to look outside the scope of Friesen Nichols. They've been involved in not great decision-making within this community. They told you all not to do desal 15 years ago, and they have since made in excess of $10 million. And we keep feeding them more money. So probably good to start branching out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment on that. We're going to put it on pause and we'll bring it right back. The last item that was pulled was item number 23. That is a resolution approving 8 Corpus Christi B Corporation Economic Development Small Business Agreement projects. Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment? In a presser. Go ahead.
You know, my issue is this is bundling all this into one agenda item. This should have been broken up, at least separating Texas A&M's project from the Del Mar projects. And, you know, there's a lot of good projects in here. You know, there's One I'm not a fan of, but I don't want to, if we're going to vote it all in one, I don't want to vote no just because of one item.
Yes, Randy Almaguer, Compliance Officer with your Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. So I kind of had a feeling this was going to get brought up. This has gone back and forth with prior councils, either putting them together, and we've separated them out before as well. We can come back at the next fiscal and separate them out. I understand, I think you've brought this up in the past too, a couple years ago. Someone else mentioned, well, why don't we put them all together? Because it's taken up, so many items. It's all small business programs.
Well, no, you have it on consent, right? So we have an issue with one of the items, you just pull that one off, and we do on the consent on the rest of them. So that's what I'm referring to. You don't have, if we have an issue with one of these, now, I got to say, okay, well, all these are great programs, but that one program I don't like, I have to vote no on the whole thing? Right?
I think you could vote, take one off, Councilman, if you wanted to. You could do a motion to amend it, to delete.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
And Peter, this is for future reference. I mean, I think a lot of these projects are good projects. I like the internship programs and that kind of stuff. But you're putting us in a spot where it's kind of like the omnibus type stuff that the federal government does. They load all sorts of crap in it.
We can definitely do that going forward, Council. Yes, we can. Well, we can write out all those memos, have them on there. If something needs to get pulled, we'll have it there.
Yeah, and you can leave them on the consent. I mean, it's just having them all, put them all together.
And which specific program are you talking about? That's not something you.
Well, what I'm saying is that you have all like all the. You put the university and Del Mar together, right? You should have them at least those separated out.
Okay.
I'd also have some that are, tied to the school directly and some that are outside programs that are associated with the school. So those should be separated.
Noted.
So that, I mean, you're just putting it all in one spot. Not to say that's a bad thing. It's just
yes, you'll see them separated.
Not giving us, you're not giving us options.
Yes, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 23?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. J. Louise Liu. I want you to remember my name, composed of two elements, lithium and uranium, two powerful ones. Today, thank you so very much to allow me to say a few words.
Ma'am, what city are you with? What city are you with? What city?
I think it's District 5.
District 5.
Yeah, under Mr. Hernandez. Yes, I want to show my appreciation to several divisions' support. So particularly, I want to show over this year, our team has been benefited greatly from the cybersecurity CMMC program, particularly led by Ms. Darcy Shaw from the cybersecurity from Del Mar College. As well, this program not only saved us time, manpower, and also allow us to save money and secured a certificate. As well, extended our connections, particularly technological outreach and collaborative research to the Federal Lab Association Consortia, allow us to become a member of EMC, it's Department of Defense. In addition, so also support from the SCORE. I participated in virtual in-person Zoom meetings, also the Apex Accelerator led by Bob, Nancy, and several others, the MCSD, Small Business Spur and STIR centers. So all these certificates, support from different divisions, not only a training program, but the strategic foundation now support us as a small business owner, also a university professor, for us to innovate, to enhance the entrepreneurship, to empower our next generation, to support the workforce development, as well the resilience of the corporations. Thank you again for allowing me to speak and also supporting the people who call Corpus Christi home. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and Type B board members. My name is Jay Johnson Lee. I am the owner and founder of Mother's Touch LLC, Corpus Christi. I want to thank you through your continued support and local businesses through the Type B Economic Development Small Business Agreement projects. Because of this program, Mother's Touch LLC has been able to grow in ways that truly make a difference, both for my business and the people that we serve. Through Lift Fund, and I will tell you, through the various loans we've tried to obtain, it hasn't been very easy. But through Lift Fund, I was able to secure a loan at a fixed 5.5 interest rate with the city, providing the interest buy down. That support made it possible for me to purchase a Ford Transit because we transport our staff from one location to the next. This one investment expanded our ability to reach more clients and create the opportunity for us to add more jobs and to our team. Through the Del Mar Small Business Internship Program, we were matched with 2 hardworking interns who have been a tremendous help. They've supported us with outreach, scheduling, marketing, and administrative projects that keep our operations running very, very smoothly. And through the SCORE program, SBDC, and CRC, we've received mentorship that continues to guide us as we refine our strategies, strengthen our systems, and prepare for sustainable long-term growth. Because of this initiative, my staff have been able to take on new responsibilities, servicing residential, commercial, vacation rental properties, managing laundry services and inventory, supporting outreach and communication, and providing second chance employment opportunities for people eager to re-enter our workforce. I also want to note that Mother's Touch LLC is fully insured with general liability, automotive liability, and workers' comp coverage. So our clients know that they can put their trust in us completely. We are currently accepting new contracts, continuing to expand our sites to businesses and families right here in the Coastal Bend. This program has given my business the tools to not just survive, but to grow. And in turn, to give back to our community by creating jobs, expanding training, and help building a stronger local economy. So today, I simply want to thank you, okay, for believing in our small business and like ours, and making sure we have the resources, the partnership, and the mentorship necessary to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close. Oh, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sarah Flores. I am from District 4. I am co-owner and operator of Street Corner Kitchen, formerly known as Lily Streetery. We've had a food truck for 4 years. And I just wanted to extend my gratitude for the programs that have been available to me as a small business owner for all these years. We have benefited tremendously from the SBDC and Lift Fund as well. These opportunities and these programs have been created for us, and the ways that they have enabled us to grow are, of course, through funding and financing. We are actually able to grow from our food truck into our restaurant with the help of Lift Fund. Lift Fund also was able to secure us a very low interest rate loan. And this is tremendous because it enables us to grow into this restaurant without having to worry so heavily. We've had a 1-year renovation process that we've been dealing with for the building that we're in our downtown location. So having access to a low interest loan has enabled us to focus on the project management aspect of it. As you know, for small business owners, we are juggling so many things at once. We're doing marketing, we're doing our accounting, we're doing the operations and the production. So having access to something like SBDC, where throughout that entire process, if I need help with anything, I know that I have somebody to speak to. The funding and the financing has been, of course, a tremendous support, but I think the biggest support in all of this is the knowledge that Lift Fund and SBDC has provided us. For example, like I said, if I need help with anything, they're available. I did not just secure a loan with them by just showing up and saying, hey, can I have some money? These are tax-funded dollars at work, so the process in order to receive this funding, organization, documentation, things that I had not even considered, things that if you go to a major bank, they're not really going to ask for, they're not really going to care, but considering that these are tax dollars at work in our local community being given to me, I believe that the knowledge and the background work to them needed to be complete, and Lift Fund and SBDC made sure that we were prepared for those. So I just wanted to say thank you to Type B Board for the support, and I just encourage the ongoing support of this program.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Jimenez from Corpus Christi. I would like to sincerely thank the city for helping my business grow. I have 3 child care centers, the Colores Child Development Center. I am the owner. And with the help of the Type B businesses through Lift Fund, SBDC, and their mentorship, and the internship programs from Del Mar College and TAMU UCC, I've been able to run my business with the help of these programs, and I just want to thank you for all your help and support. I currently have over 25 employees, 3 centers, and it's all for our community and to provide childcare for children ages 6 weeks to 12 years old. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name's Avery Joel Rainey, and I represent Joel Properties, Concrete Street Marketing Group, and Concrete Street Amphitheater. I'm here to talk about the Job Development Incentive Program through TERS number 3 and Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and how it's impacted our businesses and most importantly, our community. Concrete Street Marketing Group, which handles all marketing and advertising for Brewster Street Ice House, Concrete Street Amphitheater, Hurricane Alley Water Park, and Blue Frog Mercantile. We started using the JDIP program in the fall of 2023 to bring in interns, and the results have been incredible. The program gives students a competitive hourly wage while giving small businesses access to new talent. Many of the interns we've hired aren't originally from Corpus Christi, and we've been able to allow them to discover the real heart of our city, which is our local businesses, small businesses. They build a connection here that we hope encourages them to stay after graduation, instead of leaving like so much of our young talent does. Because of JDIP, we've been able to hire 2 full-time employees at Concrete Street Marketing Group and Concrete Street Amphitheater after their graduation dates. Hurricane Alley was able to bring in interns in HR, tourism, administration, and marketing this past summer. In Concrete Street Amphitheater, we've been able to keep 2 interns on rotation at all times. These students make a lasting impact on our companies. While we get to showcase the work and excitement happening across our businesses, it's really just a platform for their talent to shine. They feel empowered to test ideas, to grow, and to make changes that last, and we in turn get to mentor them, teaching them both hard and soft skills, and giving them an in-person workplace to experience that none of them really have. This program doesn't just help businesses like ours, it helps Corpus Christi, and it helps young talent here reasons to invest in the community while also giving local businesses a chance to stay ahead and get ahead of the curve and learning from the new generation that's strengthening our workforce today. Keeping talent in Corpus Christi is vital to our growth, and JPID has shown us just how powerful that collaboration can be between business and higher education. We are deeply grateful for it, and I urge you to continue to support this program so businesses and our students can benefit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrienne Trevino, Human Resources Director for Water Street Restaurants here in downtown Corpus. Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments today regarding the Job Development Internship Program that we utilize through Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. I first became acquainted with the internship program through a fellow board member of the Downtown Management District in 2023, and we've utilized it since then. We've employed several students in the marketing and graphic design fields of study, and I want to share a couple of their stories with you. Our first intern, Chris Gonzalez, worked for us for about 1.5 years. He graduated, and he wanted to gain some outside experience growing up here in Corpus. So as he was looking in his job searches, we actually decided to keep him employed past the program. I'm proud to say he's now working for the Houston Dynamo soccer team, and we still utilize his graphics in our marketing today. Cameron Mormon is our current intern, and he's studying marketing and is really truly a gem of a student and an employee. His plan is to stay in this area and to grow his family a local business of his own, and he's very enthusiastic and hungry to learn and very easy to coach. I feel that the success and ambition of the students speak for themselves, but as the employer, we know we take all of the financial risk when hiring an employee, and the internship program allows the employer financial relief while creating a safe space for the student as they navigate through what they're learning and translate it into the working world. Not only does our business benefit because of the work they produce, but we're not burdened with training in addition to the full financial responsibility of the hourly pay rate. In turn, we observe the student and they're given the time and environment to be ready to work after graduation while building their resume with reputable businesses. So on behalf of Water Street, we thank you for supporting this program, which enables growth not only for the student, but for our city and surrounding areas.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Laura Lerma, and I'm from Corpus Christi. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Laura Lerma, founder of Elite Promo LLC, a small business proudly based in Corpus Christi. I'm here to share my journey and express strong support for Del Mar College Apex Accelerator and the vital role it plays in helping businesses like mine succeed. After more than a decade in promotional products industry, I saw the need for a one-stop shop offering printing, embroidery, signage, trophies, corporate gifts, and branded apparel. That vision led me to launch Elite Promo in March 2021. Before forming the business, I reached out to the Apex Accelerator for guidance on the Texas Hub certification. My advisor, Nancy Phillips, explained to me the requirements and referred me to the Small Business Development Center to help build a strong foundation. Once my LLC was formed, I returned to the Apex Accelerator, and with Ms. Phillips' help, I completed the Hub certification and was officially certified in April 2021. In July of that same year, I pursued a bid opportunity with the Goodbye Purchasing Cooperative. The Apex Accelerator guided me through the entire process, from account setup to bid submission. On September 1st, I was awarded the contract opening doors to partnerships with schools, colleges, universities, and the City of Corpus Christi departments across Texas. Elite Promo was started out of my home with one part-time employee. Excuse me. By 2024, I had saved enough capital to open a storefront, increasing visibility and sales. The part-time employee became a full-time, and I added 2 sales reps to support our growth. Since 2021, our sales have increased by over 400%. We now serve colleges in Corpus Christi, Houston, Laredo, schools across Nueces County, and multiple city departments across Texas. Elite Promo success is a direct result of the expert guidance and support provided by the Apex Accelerator, all at no cost. I'm deeply grateful and proud to contribute to the economic vitality of our city. Thank you for your time and continued support of small businesses like mine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon. I'm Lenora Keys, Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer at Del Mar College, and I just want to say thank you. I don't think I can say any more than this group behind me did today. They do represent, I think, what this effort has been able to do, and really this partnership between the city, the college, and I'd say for A&M too. We just greatly appreciate all that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keys. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close public. Well,
May I add one more point?
well, you already spoke, ma'am, but thank you. Thank you. We're going to close public comment, and I want to thank all of you who are here. And I want to thank the university. I want to thank Del Mar College. I want to recognize Laura Estrada. Raise your hand sitting back there. You're a big force behind, well, we can't clap, but we can't break decorum. But no, I want to recognize you all because as a previous small business owner myself, I know exactly where you are. And I didn't have this back then. And so this is amazing because you've built more. What's been provided to you all is clear, what you stated, but what you can see from this dais is something way more than the loan or the help and growth. It's community, and you see that in all of you here. So I want to thank you for taking the time to be here and letting these council members and myself know just the importance of how much this really impacts, because this is what partnerships do. So thank you. Thank you for being here, Laura. Thank you for your strong leadership. We appreciate you very much. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Randy, I have to thank you. There's a lot that we deal with up here every week, and it's all very important, but this is community. Being able to have these beautiful faces that embody some of the best and strongest aspects of this city here today to tell us about that and give us the opportunity to once again renew and say, let's be partners more. Let's take what we have for resources and your talent, dedication, and commitment to this community and this city, and let's make it exponentially stronger. So thank you for being that avenue today and letting us have a little bit of this great news. We need a lot more of these stories because they're here, they're real, and this is our community, and it's worth every bit of it. So thank you all. Don't ever stop what you're doing. Thank you for making us proud.
Yes, I would just like to say to that, Councilwoman, we started this last year bringing these testimonials to show that full impact of what these programs do. You know, these programs have been around since 2008, I believe, and not all 8, as it's built up, you know, with the last one being cyber. But, you know, as y'all are approving these, it's not a check in the box. We want to show that you have real impact when you approve these programs.
Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to echo what has been said. We have a new business development that's going out there on Williams, Synergy, and they spell it differently, but I think what's happening now is exactly what we need in our city, is that synergy, the synergy that comes from Del Mar, that comes from the university, and that comes from us, you know, the city, working together to again be witness to these testimonials, because it's, you know, this is something that we just started, at least the internship, not too long ago, and I always thought that was something that was missing. So I'm glad that I'm here to witness and see part of that growth. I also want to take the opportunity to do a shout out to one of the persons that is out, which is Darcy Shaw. I met her many years ago. She came from out of the area and started working for Del Mar and doing that kind of work. And I never really realized the impact that she made, but I can see it here. And I you know, I'm supportive of this, and I'm hoping that we can expand it in the future. So thank you again, Randy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 23. We have a, pardon?
Yeah, we had one on the floor. Motion a second.
Okay, motion second. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Cantu?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Yes, thank you. That takes us to item K, which is our briefings, and that's item number 25, a briefing from South Texas Water Authority. Do we have
I'm not sure if John Mudez is here yet.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you guys see if John
We
Mudez
do.
is back there? We're going to check real quick, Mayor, to see if he's here.
Oh,
Planning to come at 9 a.m., 9 p.m.
What was that?
There he is.
9 p.m.
Okay, he's here. Yeah, here he is. Okay.
Okay, great.
And then, Mayor, while he's walking up, Sergio's here to talk to the council about reconfirming the tabulation of that 100% on the Freeze and Nichols contract. Yeah,
Do
so
we want to do that now?
Right, yeah,
Okay.
if you don't mind, yeah.
Sure, let's do that. Now, just for the public to, oh, you know what? We didn't do item 2. Let's do item 2 really quick.
Thanks, Mayor. Oh, my goodness, yeah. So item 2 is
do
just the
item two.
minutes.
Yeah.
So the caption on the agenda shows that we would be approving the September 9th meeting minutes, and those aren't ready yet. So what we would like is a motion to approve the August 21st and 28th, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, August 21st and 28th workshop meeting minutes. If we can have that motion, please.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Please submit your vote.
Oh, Mr. Gunther?
Aye.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, the motion carries. So now we're going to go back to item, what item was that, Peter? Do you know?
22.
22.
22. Okay, item number 22.
Thank you, Mayor. Sergio Villasana, Director of Finance and Procurement. So just some information on the RFQ itself. Firms, just the way the process works, firms are not ranked amongst each other here. What's graded is the responses to our request for qualifications. And so you'll see there's a nice split of the technical proposal, which are the written responses, are weighted at 70%, and then the interview is weighted at 30%. And so the way the process works, to get in the weeds a little bit here, is based on the responses, the evaluation committee looks at one firm at a time, and they take those responses, they'll rank them, let's say, from 0 to 4, 4 being the best response. So if you have the best response on your written documentation provided to the criteria the city is asking for, you'll get 4 points, which is then converted to on a pro rata basis to a score of 7, right? So let's say your response is great, you'll get a 4, that gives you 7 points. Your response didn't meet all the criteria that's in our RFQ. Let's say you're given a 3, then you end up with about 6.3 points. And so that's how one ends up with a perfect score with, and so I want to answer the question, yes, the score is right. The tabulation provided here in the packet is 100% correct. And then I just provided some feedback on how the process works. It is based on the responses provided, written responses provided and graded by the individual committees, and firms are not compared to each other. So, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilwoman Paxson?
Thank you, Mayor. Has any work already been done on this project by the proposed professional team?
So part of the reason that they were ranked as high as they were, so they were hired under a small contract back in, I want to say, 2018. No, this was earlier than that. It was probably 17 timeframe to look at the necessity of having this road there. And so they were familiar with that. Additionally, we gave them a task order on an MSA to look at some various configurations on this. And when they were beginning discussions with the developer, they were looking at an open ditch, how wide of a ditch would we need, and for the road, what would we need, how much collective right-of-way we would need for a ditch and the roadway. So they had a lot of familiarity with the project. But no, we haven't actually started work on this contract for detailed design.
What Jeff's saying is the answer is yes. So there's probably how much, 30,000, 40,000?
Well, it's been probably close to 250,000.
250,000, okay. So they have done, as this project has evolved over the past 2+ years, analysis and pre-engineering work has been done, and the firm, Freese and Nichols, was the selected firm to do that work. In part, that's why we're recommending them too. Not only do they score well, but because they already understand the system, that road system and the drainage, and they've done some pre-design work. If we go to the number 2 ranked firm, LJA, the Freese and Nichols work that we've paid for would probably not be utilized.
So is that 250 going back into this 44 mil?
The 44?
No, this was paid with other funds. I don't think it was paid with these funds.
But you're saying where we would lose it is because LJA would have to go back and do their.
Yeah, right. LJA would have to, it'd be like a year's worth of not intense, but a year's work of analysis that would be lost, essentially.
And the quote that we have here, the total?
It's just under $2 million. Now, there's $4 million funded for design, so it's roughly half. If you add the 250 we've already spent, it's still well below what was budgeted for design money.
Okay, but the 40 that we have budgeted in 25.
Now, that was the old CIP page, the page in the CIP book that was just approved. There's no construction money. So it's just showing the 4.3 million type B money is all that's in that project currently.
And so what I'm seeing, or what I'm trying to guesstimate or estimate here with these figures, is this is another design bid build.
Yes.
Correct. We'll design it. It'll take over a year. And then over these next couple of months, we'll see, is there capacity in that 1/8 cent flood control funding? Is this a candidate project for that? And if not, then is the bond program a good project? Or it may take us several iterations to generate the funding. And it would be a phased project. We're going to design the whole thing as it needs to be from the start to the end. So the whole stretch will be designed, but the funding for construction may have to phase in over numerous years. Could take several bond programs.
And what do we have, because I see the totals, I presume the totals on this CIP page, this is what we have available for the project. What do we have for bumper bars to keep us in reasonable range since we're walking into another design bid build on a big project?
Well, again, we're going to have to establish that phasing and give them an idea. I mean, we'll have to have dialogue with consultant over what we want to bite off in this first phase, and try and have them designed to something that fits within our available funding.
So some things we've done already is the rest of Williams, I don't know how far back it goes, but that's a 5-lane road. It's 2 lanes in each direction and the center turn lane. Already we've made the decision that this doesn't need to have that width to it. There's not enough road traffic. I don't think the right-of-way is there anyway. You'd have to condemn. So it's just going to be a 2-lane section, 2-lane road, one in each direction with some minimum turn lanes. So it's an intermittent, I should say, turn lane. So 1 lane in each direction. That'll reduce the overall expense. The majority, though, again, of the expense, though, is in the drainage, the underground drainage culvert system that will remove stormwater not only from the road, but also from the development that'll take place in that big tract of land.
So today's action gives the authorization to begin negotiations with this vendor.
Today's action would would approve a contract for Freese and Nichols to design this road and drainage section.
Mm-hmm. And that's where we would talk about, that's what I mean, the pricing.
Yes, and from that, over time, a probable cost estimate, like a good level 3, level 4 engineering estimate will come from it. Today, we're estimating about $50 million for the construction of the project, based on input from the pre-design work from Freese and Nichols, but we won't really have a firm price tag until more of the design work is done. Mm-hmm.
And we feel confident on those numbers based on the scope of this project?
The 50 million or no, we don't feel confident in it because it hasn't been designed, but just based on the length and the amount of material that would be used to convey the storm water.
An educated guess.
Yeah, it's an engineer's estimate, but it's not a refined probable cost estimate.
And it's not based on completed design drawings.
Sure.
Right.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. So you have this as a C1 collector?
Let's have Ernie. Ernie, is it a C1 collector?
That is correct.
Why wouldn't you have this as a C2 with a consistent turning lane down the center of it?
Say again?
Why wouldn't you have this as a C2 with a consistent turning lane in
Why
the center?
wouldn't? Well, I think the width accommodates that for the
Well,
C1.
What's a C? The C1 is 40
Right.
feet, right? C2 is what, 41 feet for pavement?
Right, I don't have those
With
memorized, yeah.
with 5 additional feet of easement.
Right. I want to say the C1 allows for 2 lanes and a left turn lane, but I don't have the documents in front of me.
Well, it's not in the design manual. I'm looking at you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right, I want, so to answer your question, a left turn lane should be accommodated with a C1.
Well, it's only a 1 foot difference in
Right.
C1 and C2.
Correct. Yeah, it's a 60 feet and 75 foot right-of-way, I believe is the delta. 60 and 75 is the right-of-way differences. But I don't have the master plan in front of me to give you specifics.
Okay. All right, Ernie, thank you. With regards to how this is going to be paid for, and, you know, you're going to have to make that assessment where, you know, the street is maybe bond, the stormwater portion is through the 1/8 cent sales tax.
Right.
You have various options. I'm not too concerned about that here. However, with the procurement process on the rating of the RFQs, you may want to take a look at this because this doesn't have the proper appearance in perception of what this is. Now, I'm not, you know.
Sure. If I can add, Council, some of the safeguards the city has in place, you have multiple raters that are participating, multiple departments. You also have outside technical expertise sitting on, viewing the meetings. In this case, we had Ernie. So there's a lot of controls to mitigate any kind of collusion, right? So you'd have to have multiple folks participating. So that's the good setup that we have.
Well, it just takes one person, right? You can have somebody, you know, giving top scores to one and then low scores to others, and you tank the process.
Understood.
Do you have a method of throwing out the high score and the low score?
I'm sorry?
Do you have the method of throwing out the high score and the low score for each one of the elements?
No, we don't. No, we take whatever's being ranked, the score sheets, and using what's being scored.
So if somebody wanted to lean it one way, they could?
You would have to have all folks leaning that same way, and it depends, the scoring point mechanism. But what the city does has multiple folks in there to prevent those things. It's just a basic separation of duties, right? You don't have the same person doing the same thing. So by having multiple folks, you kind of mitigate that risk. And so that's what we have in place to help protect the city from those kind of arrangements. Or
didn't quite work this time.
I'm sorry?
It didn't quite work this time.
Councilman, I'd just like to add one thing on that. So there were 3 folks from my shop on it. We had two folks upstairs. We had 1 person from construction, and we had 2 people from Public Works that were evaluators. And they confirmed they had all given the top score to Freese and Nichols. And my interpretation of that is they probably all agreed that Freese and Nichols was the best, and then they moved down from there to the other firms. Now, the top 3 people that were selected got projects. I think we thought this was the most desirable project. We usually map most desirable to the highest ranked firm. I think Freese probably would say they wish they had been ranked 2 or 3 on this one because they would have been working already on their project.
I see. All right, thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, Mark Scott thinks the process worked. I think you guys do a great job. I trust your opinions. From what I've heard today, I haven't seen anything that would cause me any concern. I'm going to support this project based on a couple things. One, you talked about phasing. I wouldn't spend a lot of energy unless there was a development on the rest of the property that would require, mitigating that additional runoff. I also support it because you're reducing the lanes, and I just don't think you're going to get a lot of traffic on that, but I appreciate it. Just thought you'd like to know going in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 20.
I move for approval.
22. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Gunther?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. And now we'll go ahead and have the briefing on South Texas Water Authority.
You going to introduce it, Nick? Nick's going to just do a quick introduction. Did you guys pass out the PowerPoint, Nick?
You know, we just got it. It's loaded. It's on the screen. We don't have hard copies of it.
Okay, it's on the, we did put it in the Granicus system, so if anybody wants a paper copy, let us know. We have, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, Nick Winkleman, interim COO of Corpus Christi Water. I'm introducing the briefing from South Texas Water Association. John Morris is here to give us an overview of their project. And as Peter mentioned, we just got the PowerPoint just recently, so we don't have hard copies for everyone.
Well, we're making them right now, Nick, so we'll pass them out to the council. Yeah.
John, thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. John Matas with South Texas Water Authority, serving in the role as Executive Director for them and consult for them. And thank you for your time today. Wanted to be able to present to you just an update of some of the work that's been done. It's a very brief presentation. I was hoping that you'll be able to have a copy of this earlier, but I will share with you what will be put up on the screen, is that on September 9th, the South Texas Water Authority Board of Directors approved the offering of water to the city of Corpus Christi. This is water that is not currently available, but the water that is, if all works well with the Seven Seas partnership, would be available to the city of Corpus Christi. I wanted to make sure that it was not just a verbal discussion or agreement or understanding, that it was an actual vote. And so that did take place, and there was a full support of the board for that to occur. So this is an official confirmation that on that board meeting, the board did take that action and made it official in a public vote. Water quality is listed for you as water quality results requested by city staff have been provided. They were provided, I believe, yesterday or maybe just prior to that. But all of this is moving quickly for us, and so trying to get this information to you by today. That information was provided by our partners at Seven Seas. That's not data that was collected by South Texas Water Authority. So we had to wait for that to be processed and then go through legal hurdles to make sure that everything was able to be presented to the public, but that is there for you, from what I understand, unredacted. Is that correct? Unredacted. And so that is all the data that you have. It's a pretty technical piece. We will let your engineering team, your water team, decipher that for you. Those of you that are more versed into water, we can discuss some of the talking points about it, but we have Seven Seas on hand to discuss that for you, and our own engineering representatives to speak on behalf of STWA. The purchase water, once again, this is going to be, of course, all to exceed TCEQ primary and secondary drinking water requirements and standards. And the volume is our current commitment that we have in place is only a 3 MGD plant. But we know that there is the potential for upside, and that has been what our discussions have been with you before. And we are here to commit to that again today to be able to bring to you a final update, which we anticipate will be on no later than October 14th. And my commitment to you is that we will have all that data to your team at least a week prior so that you can have them digest it and present a proper summary and review to the council and to your management team. That's my commitment to you. So there is additional information on there. And so very quick briefing, but we wanted to come here because we know that this date had been set and some dates have been moved back and forth, and there's been a lot that's been wavering in this subject. Once again, we feel very confident for STWA that this is a good project for us to provide a secondary water source at least. With the potential upsides to a primary water source depends on how our water negotiations go, and we appreciate Nick and his team in legal for providing a quick meeting for us at the end of last week to kind of get us standing where we're at, because we're having to negotiate the end of the 40-year original water agreement that started in 1985 between the city and STWA. And so we have to still commit to get that complete. That was signed by city management for 12/31/25 to end, and I signed representing the STWA management. So that is the boundary that we face, in addition to possibly another water contract if we end up being the water provider to you. But that's looking way ahead, but the one constant we do know is that we do have a 3 MGD plant that we expect to have for STWA to provide a secondary source that our board has always asked for, and it will help us be drought resilient, which we all can appreciate, and hopefully will help take off some of that demand that is placed on the overall system for CCW. Those are the things I can tell you with certainty today and guarantee you today that that's what our board is supporting, and that's what we as management team have been providing, supporting, along with our legal counsel, Mr. Charlie Zahn, and our team at ICE Engineering.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Morris.
if you have any questions, I think that's pretty much about all I have to give, not out of lack of wanting to, but this is just about as much as I have as far as technical information for you today.
Thank you. Councilman Scott?
Hey, thanks, John. So, thanks. So the contract negotiations is between the city and South Texas Water Authority, and then you would buy water from 7 Seas?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm really interested in the contract between you and all 7 Seas, because it would affect, I guess, our agreement with you. And you guys aren't publicly disclosing, or are you, what you're paying for the water? Can you tell us what 7 Seas is contracted to buy water, like South Texas Water Authority is contracted to buy water from 7 Seas?
And as you know, as it is, I got to turn to.
I know, it's a smart guy.
Yeah, my name's Charlie Zahn, and I'm counsel for South Texas Water Authority. We have a water supply agreement that my board entered into with 7 Seas, for 7 Seas to provide, as John said, 3 million gallons of treated brackish water to South Texas Water Authority. And in that agreement, there's we've provided it to your staff, Councilman Scott. We have to go through gyrations is what I call it. Every time we get a request for documents involving 7 Seas, I have to go through their counsel to get them to give us permission to disclose. But we worked out with their Austin counsel and Mr. Risley the ability to get that document to you. I would tell you that there's numbers that have been put out there, but until the engineers finish their analysis, I can't give you a set number on how much it's going to cost. But we have the ability to expand that contract, which is where we come into the agreement with the city of Corpus Christi. It's being proposed, I think, in Mr. Morris's presentation today that be 13 million gallons a day, which would be 3 million to South Texas Water Authority and 10 to the city of Corpus Christi, with the ability to expand that another 10 million gallons. And I'm working on that contract would be between South Texas Water Authority and the city of Corpus Christi. I've drawn that contract. I haven't presented it to Mr. Risley yet for your legal counsel to do their analysis of it.
Is that that's the 3, you're talking about the 10 or 10 more than the 10?
10 more, no, the first 10.
Gotcha.
The initial.
And if that agreement's between Corpus and 7 Seas, then I guess.
There is no agreement between Corpus and 7 Seas.
I thought you said that's what you drafted.
No, I drafted an
My
agreement between South Texas Water Authority and the city of Corpus Christi for South Texas Water Authority to sell 10 million gallons a day to the city of Corpus Christi.
But you're going to buy, but John would buy water, y'all would buy water from 7 Seas.
We're going to buy all 13 million from 7 Seas, yes. And
you have not publicly disclosed what the contracted water price is, and I guess part of it is you don't know because of engineering. And you haven't shared that with your neighboring customers, Alice, not Alice, but like Agua Dulce or.
Right.
Okay, because I think they're interested. So if we sign an agreement in October, what happens with our agreement, the city's current agreement with South Texas Water Authority that expires at the end of this year?
Part of the negotiations, Mr. Scott, are or whether or not we're going to use the existing line that the city of Corpus Christi supplies water to South Texas Water Authority. You know, we have that contract, as Mr. Morris says, that contract needs to be renegotiated by the end of the year. But in talks with your staff, we've talked about the fact that if we were to sell water to the city of Corpus Christi, the transmission line would be that existing line. And so we, in essence, would not have that contract anymore.
Right. So, but the timing is
Now,
weird.
we have had some discussions of building, another line, which would keep that contract in force. But the initial discussions, if we entered into the agreement in October that you're talking about, then the agreement we negotiate for the existing contract would be null and void.
Right. And so if we enter an agreement in October to buy water from South Texas Water Authority, is there going to be some conversation about some funds set aside in case there's a failure in the pipeline, or does South Texas Water Authority indemnify the city should it not be able to move that amount of water to the city of Corpus?
Mr. Risley and I
That is of great concern to me,
right.
To turn that pipeline around and have a take-or-pay contract that relies on a third party's operation.
One governmental entity cannot effectively indemnify another governmental entity.
Well, we're going to need to be reminded.
So we're not going to get indemnified. There's currently an evaluation of that pipeline going on. We don't know what the condition of the pipeline is. It's going to take, last I'd heard, about 8 months to do the evaluation of the pipeline. So we're not even going to know if the pipeline is in good enough condition to be able to continue to provide that water for how long. So
What is the estimated timeline on the evaluation of the pipeline?
I think at the most 8 months. Our push is less, but on the line, this is real wood, right? We have not had any breaches of our 42-inch line in the 40-year existence of it, right? There have been some incidents where there have been maybe parts where our line is clamped, right, in pieces and joints. But overall, there's not ever been a breakage. It is roughly half of its lifespan. So that's what we're looking at. We're having to do that regardless whether we keep getting water and receiving water as a wholesale customer for CCW or if this get reversed. Charlie mentioned that there are some infrastructure possibilities. We were recently recognized by Texas Water Development Board for being in the money to be able to get our infrastructure funded at a pretty significant amount, we'll just say in tens of millions of dollars. And so we hope that if that gets finalized in the next few weeks up in Austin, that will help us be able to address either the current infrastructure we have or potentially build a new line. We think that may happen even if we do go with a continue to 3 MGD source internally and still draw water from CCW. We'll need 2 lines more than likely. I think just trying to run water under one line and receive water in the line is probably near impossible. I'm sure Nick and his team would agree to that. So we're looking at those options. We think that we're poised at a good spot to have the funding source we need. And of course, our partnership is with 7 Seas is we're going to tell them how much we need. And so currently, we're trying to keep that to a conservative amount. We'd love to be able to help provide a solution to the city and be able to be one of those diversified water options to you. And we are feverishly working through this. I mean, our tiny team is working on this all the time, day and night, weekends and everything. So we're matching not the might of City Corpus Christi, but with our 10 or so people who are constantly involved in this, we're getting our job done.
Thanks. The contract, I got terrible now. I was really going to be prepared, and then my sinus kicked in, so I'm already starting off half the guy, and now I'm half the half. So the contract with 7 Seas was signed generally August of last year?
August of 2024.
Okay, let me just write a note. And what happens if we sign an agreement, a take-or-pay agreement, and the line does go down? I mean, who's responsible for that? Who would be responsible if we buy 10 MGD and the line goes down for 10 days? We still, because the contract would be a take or pay, so who's going to cover that? I'm putting you on the spot, but that's a big deal.
That's part of some of our discussions we've had internally, and also some of the discussions we've had before Drew Motley left, and now that Nick's on board, and we're going to continue to have those to work through all those scenarios. But like I said, we're committed to be able to have infrastructure in place that whatever the roles are, if we're still just in receivership or we're still a wholesale customer, we got to make sure that water line works for the 40,000 plus residents that we serve in between two counties. So we got to make sure it's working. Even if we don't ever provide a drop of water to you, we're still going to get a whole lot of water coming from CCW.
I get that.
Right, so that's our concern as well. So we got to work through that. We feel confident that we are going to have our water line certified. We're going through all the assessments that we need to be able to verify our valves and our ARVs are all in working condition, and that they can provide continuous service no matter who is receiving or who is providing the water.
You know, and Mr. Scott,
Yes, sir.
there's a provision in the 7Cs contract that requires for maintenance, so many days of maintenance. And so we're aware of the question you've asked, and we've discussed it with legal, and we haven't come up with a total solution yet, but we're working towards that. So we're very aware of the fact that that is a matter of concern, not only for you, but for us.
Because we don't have, I mean, I think on most of our systems, we have all the control, right? So if the Mary Roads goes down, that's on us, you know.
Right.
One of the solutions would just have a take or pay contract at our fence line, right?
Right.
If only 10 gallons gets to our fence line, we're only paying for 10 gallons. So if there is an issue with the pipeline, we're only paying for the water that gets to our fence line. That may be,
Right.
I mean, that might put the water authority at financial risk, but that's.
Yeah, we have to, I don't think we've done this yet, but we have to show council the story on the 42-inch line. I have a map here, it's a little confusing, but South Texas Water Authority owns a portion of it, but the majority, the city owns, going up to Owen Stevens. And work has to be done for pumping, and Nick talked to me about it recently, but it's not just that this line is ready to go and you can reverse flow. Nick, so can you talk a little bit about?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so the line is interesting. The city actually owns that 42-inch line from Owen Stevens to County Road 52. And we worked cooperatively with John and his team over the last couple of years or so. We actually moved their meter, so their take point was moved from Owen Stevens to that area on County Road 52. The reason for that is we ran another line to Cal Allen, and that's our primary feed for the Cal Allen area coming off of County Road 52. All that being said, it does get a little bit of, it's complicated with project phasing. If you recall, we are in design for a third pressure plane which separates the Cal Allen area from the rest of the system. So that project would have to get phased in amongst all of this. Additionally, just like at Inner Harbor, we would recommend that any water from an outside source is blended with our water from Owen Stevens. So there's additional ground storage tanks and pumps, and all of that has to be analyzed and studied. So there would be a corresponding CIP project for the city as well to accommodate all of this.
I just thought the easy way is just say, hey, we're only going to pay for water that hits, wherever, County Road 52. Yeah, and
we agree on that.
If only 5 mg get to us, we're paying for 5.
Right.
If not, then we have to rely on a third party that we have great faith in, but who knows what the future holds. And if that's the case, then our partner that we have great faith in needs to set aside a whole bunch of money to prove to us that whatever repairs might be needed are performed quickly and adequately, so that, because we're paying the take or pay contract. I just want to get my thoughts.
And just for some context on that as well. So the 42-inch line was paid for by the taxpayers in the STWA boundaries that was created back in 1979 by state statute. And so that line was funded by them, and it was the initial connection was in Owen Stevens. So just recently, I think earlier this year, that we made that final move. That was a decision that was made between, I believe, City Council and Management and STWA Board with my predecessor and prior boards that decision was made. It just, obviously, it takes a few years for it to happen, right? So that happened on my watch, so it was moved at the city's request. And so, because we were constantly accessing Owen Stevens plant with our vehicles. So that was one of the reasons. But this line was funded and was created by STWA, so it was by taxpayers there. I would venture to say all the way up through the actual connection to Owen Stevens. And I don't believe there was any taxpayer funding or any funding that came from the city of Corpus Christi to fund that original 42. The line that was given from County Road 52 north to Owen Stevens was a conveyance that was given out of request because of the change in the plane, the increased demand. That went with, as you know, earlier this year, last year, that we were asked to reduce our usage overnights because Cal Allen area was suffering some great pressure issues in their part of the water system. So it's all interconnected, right? We know that the engineers are smarter than all of us on the water. And so there's been a lot of movement of these big puzzles, so I'm not going to speak for them, but I did want to clarify as far as the water line was funded by STWA taxpayers.
Okay.
So those include all 7 communities that we serve and all the rural customers between Corpus Christi and Kingsville and all points west to Jim Wells County line.
Got it.
Thank you.
Think the world of you guys. Appreciate you. Mayor, my last thought, anyhow, my thought was if it's an interesting conversation to buy somebody's water and a take or pay, but not have the ability to move it yourself. So I think that's a big issue for me. You know, that's just a big issue. We ought to have our own pipeline, or we ought to just buy what hits whatever you decide the trigger point is. Second part is, I do think at some point, and I think somebody sent us an email, and I'll stop talking, that we need to rethink how much water we think we really need, you know, because of some things that are going on. And I think at some point we ought to have some sort of workshop. We try to get get a sense of what else is going on that would impact how much water we really need and how much that's going to cost and what are the, long-term financial impacts. So anyhow, thanks for you guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Mr. Modis, just a couple of questions, and then we'll move on. But I guess I think y'all drilled a well, correct?
Yes.
And what was the outcome of that?
It was drilled in Driscoll, just north of Driscoll, north of FM 665. The information you have or will be given is the report that we emailed to
We got an
Esteban,
analytical report
a very
yesterday
technical report that I
sent
mentioned
to your
earlier.
Legal counsel
Yeah.
yesterday.
I'm sorry.
We got the analytical report on that well.
Okay. Can you speak on it today?
I'm sorry.
Can you speak on it?
I sent it to your legal.
No, I know, but
Yesterday.
can you speak on it today, though, Mr. Zahn? I mean, y'all are here to do the briefing.
Report that I don't have any expertise in.
Okay. Okay. So we'll get with staff, and, I mean, if nobody knows what it is yet, that's fine.
Did you get it yesterday, Nick?
We'll get with it.
Yeah, I can add a little clarity to that. So we did get it yesterday afternoon.
That's fine.
I was able to review it last night. As John and Charlie said, it's a water quality report. So it provides information on a number of water quality parameters, where they come in at and do they exceed the maximum contaminant level or not. What we don't have is any type of well production information or overall site hydrology information. Previously, we were provided a hydrogeological report that was done. That was more of a desktop study, so we'll be interested in seeing the real water or production data.
No problem. And y'all can study it, and they can, excuse me, get with us on that. And that kind of leads me into the second question. And I'm not sure if this would be for Peter or Mr. Modis or both, but I'm assuming y'all we're abiding by the MOU.
I have a copy of it here, Mayor, so I did want to, if you don't mind, just be clear on what we think we're going to do on October 14, because I don't know if are we going to have the price for the water, the quality of the water, the location of the delivery, the, how SDA will bill the city. What are we doing on the 14th? I just want to be clear so we know.
That was the date I was given, so I'm not sure if that's
given for what.
Yeah, that's either you setting it or council setting it. So I don't.
Who gave that
set
date?
that date?
We didn't give a date. Who gave you the date?
That's a date that's been floating around to me. I don't know who or where I got that.
But I just,
from.
okay, I don't know what,
Coming
we just
within
need to
the
be
next
clear.
month.
Huh?
And so maybe council-driven, I'm not sure. So-
Okay, I just want to be clear for the council, I'm not sure, I don't think we're going to be ready for a contract for 10 million gallons in the 14th, are we?
No.
I don't think so. We don't even have the pipe analysis done for 8 months.
I think, Mr. Zanoni, the
Okay.
last date I heard was this one today, and we were going to give you a briefing, and I'm not sure, we're still getting.
Mr. Zahn, I'm sorry, can you get to the microphone? So we
Briefing
can-
on the 14th?
Sorry.
maybe?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
I said the last date I heard was today, that we were to come before you and give you a briefing.
Right.
And we're still continuing to get information.
Yeah.
We're still meeting with your staff to discuss various components of what this agreement will be.
Okay.
And so I don't know where the October 14th date came from either.
I don't either, so I just want to make sure the council knows, but we're supportive of this project, and 10 million gallons is good water. But I just want to make sure the council's clear on what we think we're going to be bringing on the 14th. I would submit we're not bringing a contract.
Well, I think y'all can talk about it, and if it needs to
Okay.
be another briefing after the 14th, let's do
Okay.
that and just keep moving.
Keep moving
with the
forward.
progress, exactly.
Right, okay.
Yeah, okay.
We do have the
And that-
MOU, though.
And Mayor, that's really why Mr. Morris, earlier this month, went to our board and got them to formally approve
Right.
these negotiations. Before, it had been staff to staff, basically, and we got our board to give us direction to come and meet with your staff and to meet with you and
Right.
try to finalize an agreement.
Right, and I think it's, having the briefings are good because we have it outlined in the MOU, what is expected and what we all agreed to.
Right.
So let's just move forward on briefings according to that MOU. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so as I understand, that the 14th, we're going to get the terms of the agreement, not necessarily the agreement.
The terms? I don't-
Not all of them.
Like, what?
Okay, just so bear with me here.
Okay.
All right, so this is going to be brackish water desal treated to potable water, right?
The TCEQ standards.
TCQ drinking standards, but it's going to be desalinated water that's treated chlorine, ammonia, whatever our requirements are, correct?
Yes, sir.
Kind of similar to what we send to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is that an issue? I know we're building a water tower in Cal Allen. Nick?
That's correct, Councilman. We're not building it yet, but we just secured some
Okay,
property for it.
What's the timeline for that water tower in Cal Allen?
Yeah, so the Cal Allen Water Tower is part of that third pressure plane. So the project is under design. I would say we'll probably have design complete first quarter of next calendar year.
So
then we would bid the project out.
Can that be utilized as a point for mixing?
Well, the tank is being designed for the pressure plane and to ensure that there's adequate pressure in the Cal Allen area.
Well, I understand.
Right, so it would be an additional, we'd have to look at that design, we'd have to do additional modeling. Also, that tank would be located on FM 1889, south of Northwest Boulevard. It's not really on the route from Driscoll.
Okay.
But it would, right now it's being designed just for that Cal Allen area. That's
Just you'd mentioned you needed to have mixing tanks.
Yeah.
So they're,
Just like
a ground tank, or, what are you referring to?
Yeah, Inner Harbor, the plan was to take Inner Harbor production
navigation.
water to navigation. We were going to add a third tank there with the two existing ground storage tanks, blend it with Owen Stevens water, and then we could ensure consistent water quality to the city. So I would imagine it would be something similar to that.
Wouldn't the desalinated water be a higher quality than the water that comes out of Owen Stevens?
Well, when you look at overall system water quality, you've got to look at, what areas of the system are receiving water from Owen Stevens, what from South Texas Water Authority. You've got to understand how that water mixes. We want to make sure it's the appropriate blend to make sure there's no adverse consequences, similar to, Flint, Michigan, or anything like that. We just got to do our due diligence.
Are you suggesting we're going to be adding mercury to our water? what do you?
No, the example there is just when you blend different sources of water, you have to be very careful in the outcome and how it's distributed. right? We were doing the same thing with Inner Harbor, right? It's a very important study that's got to be done to ensure
So you're
that.
saying we need to include a mixing tank somewhere?
Yeah, I would say that's
That'd be
a
on
definite.
Stevens or,
What's
I mean,
that?
we would need that regardless if we built our own brackish water desal coming from the 250 acres we have north of us, right?
That's correct. Yeah, you'd want to blend it.
Combine those?
What's that?
Can you combine those?
The mixing tanks? If you size it correctly, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that if you have multiple sources of water, don't build two, build one. So you can have that mixing tank for that. So you have kind of a solution for what we're planning, right?
There's a solution for all of this, and that is found in engineering and design. And my comments earlier were that there is engineering and design. John's team has their project that they're designing, and then we will have our portion to accept the water and properly handle it.
Right.
The other component is pressure. So in negotiations, some of the things we would talk about is at what pressure the water is delivered. In other words, will CCW need to boost that to maintain minimum pressure requirements throughout the city? All of those go into engineering, will have to be.
Okay, so is our contract with South Texas Water Authority a take-or-pay contract?
We don't have a contract. I haven't seen a draft of it. I have no idea.
Nick, you got to listen to what I'm asking.
Current one that we have.
The current one that we have,
no, it's
where we're
not.
selling them water.
No, it's not.
Okay, so, I mean,
No,
I
it's not.
guess it could be just a reverse of what that is, and to Councilman Scott, who walked off somewhere, is probably eating. We could just have something along those lines to where whatever water received.
Yeah, I think that's how it would be, Councilman.
He is eating, yeah. So just whatever water received, it doesn't have to necessarily be take or pay.
Right, yeah, we agree with that. There'd be a meter of sorts, right? 'Cause
Okay,
we wouldn't pay if the water doesn't get delivered.
Let's make it.
Charlie's shaking his head.
If we're selling it to them that way, we can sell,
Right.
they could sell it to us that way as well.
There'd be a meter somewhere.
So there's, I mean, I believe, the contract with Alice is that, if they don't deliver water, they don't get paid. So I think that is similar to, I'm assuming it's similar on your side, but I'm not going to ask you that question, but we'll just leave it at that. And who's doing your assessment on your 42-inch line?
Reason Nichols.
No, sir.
I highly doubt that.
That's an international
It's ICE? Okay.
Engineers.
ICE is doing it? Okay. All right, so I understand there's some, and they're gonna have to do their own processes, right? Seven Seas is taking their risk in terms of how they contract with you guys, so it's not, you guys, but ultimately, would be no upfront money paid until we get water, right?
That's how it is for us, and that's one of the things I want to stress is that all this work that's being done, there's not been a single bill that's been given to STWA to have to pay for any of their engineering or any of their drilling or anything like that. That's what was so appealing to a system of our size because of that upfront cost and all the bidding, the procurement that would be needed. So that's why P3 worked for us in that setting.
No, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah.
So County Road 52, we're talking the one that's up there north of Cal Allen? Is that what we're?
South.
That county road?
South.
It's south of Northwest Boulevard. Yeah, it's by the Hobby Lobby.
It's by the Hobby Lobby.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
right.
that's not very much line that we are responsible for. I mean,
No, so the city is County Road 52 back to Owen Stevens.
okay, so.
That's our
So
responsibility.
whatever line adjustments, changing the pumps to pump the other direction, that's on you guys, right?
Haven't confirmed that yet.
That'll be part of what we have to figure if that's going to be part of the process or if we do another line, that's another option as well.
Well, I mean, the practicality-wise, I mean, I don't know if you can pump in both directions from a single point. You would have to separate that line somehow.
We work with some great engineers. I'm sure
I don't know,
they could
maybe
do
an
that
ice
if
guy
we asked.
can tell us.
But we're going to do what's feasible, what makes the most sense financially for everyone, what's technically the easiest route to make sure that there's not much room for error or for having to rework a system that's been working fine for 40 years. But if that's what you require of us, then we'll get with our team and make sure that happens. And And if we need to figure out another way, we will do that. We're here at your disposal once again. That's why we asked our board to take a formal action, not to directly enter into negotiations, but just to show that that board is willing to hear what you have to say, right? It's just hear each other out at this point. And if a majority of the council supports that, supermajority of our board supports that, and so we'll move forward if that's what both groups are doing. It takes both parties to agree to this, and so that's why we're here today, is just to kind of convey that message to you and to the community.
Okay, so I don't have just
You're fine.
finish up here. I think all this is something that can be worked through. I don't see anything would be detrimental. I see some synergies. If we're looking to do our own desalination plant up a little bit north of Cal Allen, that you could have, you're going to need a mixing tank there as well for water coming from there. I don't know where that would be located, but you can kind of maybe combine those to where you're mixing all three of those waters coming in. So you can plan for that. You don't have to, create two separate things like what was presented to us from San Patricio and our project.
Right.
So I think just, take a step back, look at the bigger picture, see how we can work this together so in a synergistic kind of way, to quote you from Synergy Cinemas, right? But yeah, I think so far, I haven't seen anything that would be detrimental. Obviously, you're going to have to, get the water, drill the wells. This is just one source of many for us that we're looking at. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So, Mr. Matas, Mr. Zahn, thank you very much. I think at the end of the day, we have our framework lined up or lined out, which is the MOU, and that's, to answer your question, where are we? Well, that was the agreement, and I think y'all are working towards that. We really do appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. So at this time, the council is going to go into executive session on items 28 and 29 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Councilman Barrera.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move to authorize execution of a professional services agreement to represent the city in the case of Ajit David versus City of Corpus Christi and Mayor Paulette Guajardo with Hyde Kelly LLP in an hourly amount totaling up to $325,000, and an amendment to the professional service agreement to represent the mayor in said case with McKibben, Martinez, Jarvis, and Wood LLP in an hourly amount totaling up to an additional $119,000.
Second.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. Oh, I'm sorry, is there public comment on this item?
Let me understand, this is for the case that's pending right now? Because I want to make sure.
Can you state your name?
Because you're going to have a lot of.
Can you state your name and city,
fees.
please?
Oh,
State your
I'm
name.
sorry.
Sorry.
Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm concerned about the exorbitant amount of money being spent. I heard 50,000 at one time, and then now there's other figures out here. So it kind of bothers me as a taxpayer that unfortunately I'm still paying taxes at my age. You have to remember that this money is coming out of our pockets. So just take a look at it closely. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Cantu?
No.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. And I think we have another motion. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, motion to authorize a term sheet for fee simple groundwater rights and the execution of agreements with and amendments with attorneys, engineers, surveyors, and hydrologists to assist in the acquisition of fully permitted, including drilling, production, and transportation permits for the full permitted volume, fee simple groundwater rights from Evangeline Laguna LP, and the development of the well field and conveyance systems in a cumulative amount not to exceed $928,000.
Councilman Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out a couple of things. This is a non-binding, right? This, first of all, we're going to distribute this document or some portion of this document.
Right, this document will be publicly available right after we speak on it right now.
Awesome. And would there be, in our update this week, could you go and put the deal points together and what you email us and the timelines that you discussed, that you have discussed? So I had 2 points. One, it was, I want to acknowledge it's non-binding. And then on section 4, regarding the transfer permit, it says to the extent required, and I wanted to point out it's my sense that the city will require that transfer permit. I just don't want to be second guessed if I question on that later. And then the last thing I wanted the public to know that I think everybody is committed to working as fast as we can, but the timeline presented is very aggressive, and we should try to temper those timelines as much as possible. I'm completely committed and believe you all will do everything you can. But I don't want to give the public false hope that, you know, something's going to take a month when it could take 6, through no fault of our own, right? Through outside parties contesting some of the projects. That's it, Mayor. I just want to point out it's non-binding. That it's my sense that we are going to require the transfer permit, and that I want to acknowledge that the timelines are very aggressive, some of which require a lot of risk because we're going to be doing things before all of the parts of the contract, if we sign this, all the parts of the contract are fulfilled. And so there would be some risk involved, but we think we all agree that's the way we need to pursue this, because if we're going to do it, let's do it as fast as we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that the purpose of this, what I'm voting on, or what we're voting on, is to engage and pay for legal counsel to help us negotiate through this process with the developer, to pay for engineering firm, a very reputable engineering firm. I see them back there in the back. You know, so what is it, an engineering firm to be able to work on our behalf to bring us through this process, to validate all the information that the developer is giving us, and for a survey to be able, for a survey, or an appraisal of the land to be able to move forward, so that way it assists us in our process in negotiating with the developer. So I just want to say that for the public record, and so that's why I'm going to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, all right. So we're going to go ahead and, is there any public comment? Okay, there being none, we'll close it. Please submit your vote.
Okay, Mr. Cantu? Are you on mute?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Aye.
You vote aye? Okay, perfect.
Yes, he's on mute.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so we're going to move on to section L, the city manager's.
Ms. Vaughn, were you, I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn, were you there? I understand she's online. I just want to confirm, I just remembered. Okay, I don't hear her.
Okay, Mr. Zanoni, city manager's comments, update on city operations. We have item 26 and 27. Item 26 is a 2025 third quarter financial report, followed by an update on our alternative water supply projects.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. So the City Council does have the presentation I'm going to go through. This is our third quarter financial report for the current fiscal year. And the report is a summary of the document of our actual financial report. And that has been provided to the council as well a week ago. As we have customarily done for many years, that report is on our website as well. And so the full public can have access to our third quarter financial report if they wish to see it. So let me go here, see if this is working. There we go. So this third quarter report is from last October 1 through June 30th of this year. That's 3 full quarters of the current fiscal year 25. And our financial policies do require the city manager to provide city council quarterly updates on our financial progress. All information that we're going to show you today has already been assumed in our FY26 budget. So on the revenues, you'll see revenues above budget, and in our expenditures, you'll see expenditures below budget. The difference, all those dollars have been assumed already in our reestimate or in the 26 budget development, just to point that out in the beginning. So there's no new revenues, no new savings that would be provided today, because as we were developing the budget for 26, we estimate what we thought we would get for the third quarter and the fourth quarter, and that has been assumed in the budget already. So we're going to begin with our general fund as we usually do, and you can see here the major revenue categories in the general fund. We have the adopted budget. We have a third quarter budget, what 9 months of revenue was estimated to be, and then we have the third quarter actuals, and then a variance column as you go left to right. So if we look at the far bottom right in the variance column, 5.9 million more in general fund revenues than what we thought we would receive about a year ago today. That 5.9 million has already been assumed in our 26 budget development, but it's a good sign. It's the city's in good financial health. We're staying within our expenditures. Our revenues are coming in either right at budget or slightly ahead overall. This is just a summary here, a pie chart of the revenues for the third quarter. If you look at the blue at the 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock timeframe, if you look at property tax, and then the lighter blue, the industrial district in lieu, which essentially is property tax, that's 45% of our budgeted revenue in the general fund. And then the next biggest source, about 20%, is our sales tax. So on the expense side, same thing. We have the annual budget for fiscal year 25, a budget of what we assume to be spending for 9 months of the fiscal year, what we actually spent for the first 9 months, and then the variance. So some savings there for the first 3 quarters of about $14.4 million. That has been assumed, as I mentioned already, in the 26 budget development. And still today, we're tracking within that. And so there's really nothing new. Savings you can see here in solid waste and public safety, general government, some of the highlights. This just shows you those expenditures for the first 3 quarters. And you can see public safety, as we know, is a big part of our budget, about 51% for police and fire. Streets, this is just one segment of streets. There's other dedicated funding that doesn't show up here. And then solid waste are the bigger general fund expenditures. And then in our other funds, I'll go through those next. So our hotel occupancy tax, we know that one's been just slightly behind budget consistently, really since FY24, the close of FY24. FY25, we knew we'd be about $1 million less than budget, and that's what the 9 months into the fiscal year are tracking. Our budget for 26 assumed pretty much a flat hotel occupancy tax collection. So this is consistent information, and the Visit Corpus Christi has made adjustments to their spending to make sure they stay within the budgeted amounts of revenues that come in. Our next 2 funds are our water and then wastewater. So both of these next 2 slides show both the revenues and the expenses. And so for the water fund, if we look to the far right in the upper boxes, about a $5.4 million positive variance in revenues above what we thought we would be collecting. And expenditures were trending just a little bit below the expense. But as the rest of the year progresses, some of the contracts, some of the long lead purchase items will be coming in, and the expenses should be closer to what we actually thought we would spend for the full 12 months. The wastewater is a little bit tighter, so our revenues through 9 months came in pretty much right where we wanted them to at $72.9 million, so no variance. And the expenses here are tracking a little bit closer to budget. And we thought we would spend 86.4 for 9 months. We've spent 81.1, so about a 5.3 favorable variance. And any variance that's assumed for the rest of the quarter and the year has already been calculated in that 26 budget. Okay, so in addition to monitoring our fiscal health, we also monitor progress in terms of what we tell the community we're going to deliver. And so in the last year budget, not the one that begins October 1st, but we did have a number of budget initiatives. We had a total of 42. They included things like purchasing vehicles for the police department, doing North Beach restroom and parking facility maintenance, vector equipment and chemicals for better mosquito control, and restructuring our beach rescue division. These are just some of the 42. The key thing is on the bottom left there, 14 of these 42 initiatives are complete. 25 are on schedule to be completed by either the end of the fiscal year or shortly into the new fiscal year. There's a work plan that we have for each one of these initiatives. And then 3 are behind schedule, but we've looked at them this week, and they have a recovery plan, so they should be closed out soon. They're just behind the anticipated schedule that was laid out earlier last year. And then, of course, we have our capital budget. So everything I just went over is the operating side, but we do have a big capital program, as we know, where the city is investing in new streets and facilities to include public safety facilities, libraries, and that. So we have 3 of the last bond programs here. Bond 2024 had 38 projects. 5 projects are under construction today. 18 projects are in pre-design. 15 are in design right now. Bond 2022, the second to the most recent, had 32 projects. 6 are completed already. 7 are under construction, and then the remaining are in design. And then Bond 2020, 42 projects, 37 projects completed. 4 are under construction, and 1 is in design, and it was a design only. So we're making great progress on each of these bond programs, and making sure we deliver to the voters what we told them we would do when they considered this at the ballot. And so in summary, for the third quarter report, our general fund revenues are consistent with projections, as we mentioned, and any variances, as I showed here this afternoon, are already assumed in the 26 budget. Our HUT revenues are consistent with projections. We knew they'd be a little bit down. We've made adjustments in the spending. Water and wastewater funds are consistent both in terms of revenues and expenditures, and then we still see strong delivery in our CIP projects. So the next steps for our financial analysis include the preliminary closeout of fiscal year 25. The fiscal year will close out at the end of this month, and work has already begun on doing final adjustments and reconciliation for the fiscal year. We will be, as we always do, having an external auditor. Weaver is our audit firm that we've been using. They do an independent, comprehensive financial report, and it checks the work of the city, make sure that what we say is really what we're saying. And so that will begin soon, and then we'll come to the City Council with the fourth quarter report in November. That'll be the full 12 months of fiscal year 25. And so that concludes my report, Mayor. And as I mentioned, and Council, as I mentioned, the financial report, which is a pretty thick document, is on our website. It's also been provided to Council a week ago, and the PowerPoint is there as well if the community just wants to look at that.
Great. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next item on the City Manager's report is Nick Winkleman, our Interim Chief Operating Officer, is going to provide a weekly update on our water supply projects, and I'll turn it over to Nick.
Thank you, Peter. I'll just wait for the presentation to load. So during this presentation, I'll update on our supplemental water projects. Additionally, I'll provide, we did have an update to our water supply dashboard last week as well, and that was in our weekly memo. We'll start with that. So due to the lack of inflows into the lakes, the model for our water supply dashboard has been adjusted for the date that we will reach level 1 water emergency. Again, level 1 water emergency is defined from a time period that is, we are 180 days away from not having enough supply to meet our demand. So what has occurred is there's been a significant lack of inflows into the lakes, and that's resulted in that projection shifting from December of 2026 to November of 2026. And as most of you know, we have our weekly, we have a weekly conference call with the National Weather Service. And this is a slide that we borrowed from them, and it basically explains the same situation that we're seeing. There's a significant decrease in stream flows into our western reservoirs, which is our lake, Choke Canyon Reservoir and Lake Corpus Christi. Just to show the impact of what's going on, we've got a historical slide. This is sort of a hydrology recap. This shows the water going into Choke Canyon Reservoir. And you can see we had a 30-year average of inflows at 159,500 acre feet per year. The average over the last 14 years is 38,000 acre feet per year. So we're certainly in a downward trend as shown on this graphic. The next slide is for inflows into Lake Corpus Christi. You can see the same downward trend. The prior 30-year average was 432,200 acre feet, and the last 14 years was 202,900 acre feet. And the comment I'd like to make is the water supply dashboard, we tried to be conservative but not overly conservative. So what we did is we utilized the data from 2024 to come up with projections in terms of rainfall and inflow. So as I stated in my weekly summary, in 2024, the average inflow of Lake Corpus Christi from January 1 to September 15th was approximately 217 acre feet per day. So that's for that same time period, 217 acre feet per day. For the same time period in 2025, the average was 123 acre feet per day. So that period from January 1st to September, middle of September, September 15th, we're about half of what we were seeing the previous year. And again, we thought last year was very conservative. I will say, you know, I'm an engineer, I'm not a meteorologist, I'm not a weather guy, but we talk to them a lot. We talk to National Weather Service. This past week, we also talked to the state climatologist. That's always an interesting discussion. What he's shared with us is that the confidence is high that we'll be entering La Nina this winter, which typically for us, it means a drier and warmer winter. However, the chances to come out of that are in the spring, where we would return to a neutral weather pattern. So what he shared with us is really our next chances for significant rainfall is that May, June timeframe. So when we get into our water supply projects, the first one we have is the Nueces River Groundwater Wells Project. These are wells we're currently drilling on city-owned property. What we refer to as the Eastern Well Field, we've drilled 8 wells. 7 are operational. The last one, we've installed the permanent pumping equipment over the weekend, and we'll do official startup on that later this week. The Western Well Field is ongoing. We've drilled well 9. We're test pumping and checking water quality on well 10 this week. We've done a little bit of pumping over the weekend. And then well 11, we're drilling that right now. One thing I would like to point out that we are working with our hydrogeologists, that's Intera. And what they've stated with the current data is that the sustainable pumping from the Eastern Well Field is approximately 11 million gallons a day, and it's approximately 17 million gallons a day from the Western Well Field. One thing that I would like to point out is as data becomes available, especially as we drill more wells in the Western Well Field, that's shared with Intera, and they utilize that data to update their model. So as those I expect those numbers in the Western Well Field to change a little bit as we get further into it, but we need more data to prove that out. The other point I'd like to make about this project is we do have a $30 million grant funding from the state of Texas that's been approved that will go to pay for this project. Our next project is the Evangeline Groundwater Project. And we just, City Council just had a motion for us to approve professional services contracts. That's for engineering services, legal, and survey services. Those services are important for us to do our due diligence to get all the details straight on this project so that we can move forward in as expedited as a manner as possible. One thing I do want to point out is we've been actively meeting with this group. There's been a number of meetings, 1 to 2 meetings every week to try and continue to work through the term sheet and these details as well. HDR we have them under contract through our Mary Roads Pipeline Condition Assessment, and they provided a technical memo discussing the inputs of the Evangeline into the Mary Roads pipeline. That information will be shared with our consultants working on the Evangeline project in a workshop so that we can discuss that in detail. CC Polymers, so we've had quite a bit going on at CC Polymers. In fact, we had staff along with our professional service Group CDM Smith. They were recently on site, and we've requested CDM Smith to prepare a proposal for a equipment condition assessment and feasibility for the CC Polymer site. The goal is to bring this proposal to council at the next council, or October 7th council meeting for review and approval. We feel that that assessment is important before we embark in any, obviously with any agreement with CC Polymer, but it's also going to help us understand both the condition and the capability of the equipment that's existing on site. Our reuse alternatives, and again, we've got a couple of different entities working at on our reuse alternatives. So we have a capital improvement project with Garver Engineering. They are evaluating some different options. One is conveyance of effluent to the Nueces River or potentially to other users. And they are looking heavily into any required TCEQ permitting for that. They are also looking at our aquifer storage and recovery and the previous work we've done, and then of course direct potable reuse. We're working with Garver so that they can put together their information to date and the analysis that they've conducted, and we hope to present that to council in the upcoming weeks. Additionally, and this was a couple of meetings ago, but we had a presentation from the Gulf Coast Authority, or GCA, along with Ardura. And we have a meeting with the Gulf Coast Authority and Ardura this week to discuss next steps on their proposed project as well. That meeting's on September 25th. Another large project for the region is the Harbor Island Seawater Desalination Plant. That project is being managed by the Nueces River Authority. And in fact, we met with the Nueces River Authority and their executive director yesterday to discuss the status of the project and also to go in a little more detail with what is required as the option fee for that project. Again, that project, what we've been told is the phase one is 100 million gallons a day. They're anticipating construction to start in March of 2027, and they plan to be producing water in December of 2029. There still are a number of permits that are required for that project, but what we were informed is that they have draft permits for the Army Corps, all the Army Corps permits. They have the draft permits, and they are waiting for those to be finalized. They're still working with TCEQ on both the intake and discharge permits for that operation. The option fee, it's a one-time, non-refundable option fee, and it reserves the water for the plant. The fee does not guarantee a delivery date of the plant. Obviously, any plant of that size, there's a number of factors that determine its completion date. Electrical power is one of the primary ones. And our tentative plan is to bring in option fee to council for consideration early October, in that first council meeting in October. And what the NRA has provided to us is an option, basically three different options, one for 30 million gallons a day, one for 40, and one for 50. Staff is currently reviewing those options to make a recommendation to council. And the last supplemental project that I have on the list is EV Ranch. Staff, we actually met with a representative, it was a short meeting, but we met with them yesterday. And they have a retooled new proposal that they would like to share with us for consideration. The plan is for them to present that retool proposal to us sometime mid-October. Once we know those details, then we can share them with you. But yesterday was a short meeting just so that they could sort of tell us that they've got some new information they would like to provide to the city. A lot of information, a lot of projects, a lot of hard work. Staff is not letting up. We're working very hard to follow through on all these projects, and I stand by for questions.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate the work that you put into it, and I think we all stand together in moving forward, you know, all of these different projects, you know, one step at a time. So we appreciate that very much. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the timeline on the wastewater reuse?
So what we've asked Garver to do is to summarize their findings so that we can bring the three options that they're looking into. They can bring their findings back to council during a briefing so that you can hear them and better understand feasibility and timeline. And when I say feasibility, a lot has to do with what TCEQ permits are required. But then remember, there's a GCA and Ardura proposal, which we had a presentation from them a couple of weeks ago, and we're meeting with them. And if you recall, the GCA, what they requested for the next step to be was to create a memorandum of understanding with the city.
Okay.
We've asked for Ardura and GCA to coordinate, and again, that meeting's this week, so we'll hear back from them this week.
Okay, so we'll get a little bit more information.
Correct.
Okay, because it did seem, if I remember, wasn't it like 24 months from GCA, but I could be wrong.
The Ardura presentation said approximately 24 months.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, the test well number 9 that's in the western field, what was the TDS on that?
Oh, sure. So, I guess I want to clarify so the first 8 wells are in the eastern well field. We're keeping the numbers sequential. So well 9 is the first well in the western well field. And that TDS was about 1,660. So it's significantly less than the eastern well field.
Okay, just kind of, and is it the intent to have bed and bank permit for that one as well?
Yeah, we will have to apply for a second bed and banks permit for that well field. We are compiling more data and ensuring that we have as robust of an application as possible. And a lot of that we'll have once we drill a couple more wells, so we have more data.
And your bed and banks permit requires you to monitor the Nueces River to maintain below 1,000 TDS?
So it's based upon the base level of the Nueces River. So and percentages of that. So one thing that the Nueces River is interesting. We've seen TDS range from 800 to 1,200 naturally. That's without any wells pumping, and it changes on different situations. So what the permit is, it's based on percentages of what we measure the base level of the river to be. Just it fluctuates quite a bit, you know, and there's a lot of things that contribute to it. We're learning a lot about the river every day.
So with that, I want to make sure that we're not, we're in constant communication with Wicked 3 or Water District 3 to make sure that
the Robstown Water District.
The Robstown Water District, yeah.
Correct, and so we're working with them, and actually we had some conversations earlier, but we are working with them, and we're going to set up a meeting on Monday, in-person meeting, to review the data and also to discuss potential other interlocal agreements, such as an interconnect. So we're picking that up where my predecessor left off.
Okay. The going to reuse with the Gulf Coast Authority, this would require an interlocal agreement after the MOU. Was there a timeline on that they provided?
Yeah, what?
I know there was a cost, but I didn't see a timeline.
Yeah, what Ardura presented an estimated cost, an opinion of probable construction cost. What GCA has told us is they need to understand the details of the project before they understand, before they commit to their level of involvement. So you know, we've got three entities here. Of course, the city, we've got GCA and Ardura. So the plan is that we're all sitting in a room this week and talk through it.
Okay, with Garver, we hired them a while back to do an assessment, both, I guess, direct, indirect, potable water reuse. Have they give us any indication of a timeline for each of those projects, or is that going to be in the next meeting?
That's what we're going to ask them to do, is to give us
timeline and cost.
Yeah, and again, those are going to be real budgetary costs because you know, the firm engineering hasn't been done. You know, but direct, I will tell you this, direct potable reuse is a big project. It's big treatment. You know, it's a big expense. It's the same thing like a seawater desal plant, right? It's the same kind of process.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We're going to go ahead and pause right now because it's 15 after 5:30, and we need to go ahead and get public comment going. So we'll come back to that, Nick, to a few more questions afterwards. Thank you. So we handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it isn't the sole method. You may also reach out to members of this council by phone, email, or by scheduling an in-person appointment. I also want to take a moment to address an important matter. These chambers are a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity. Violations of decorum will not be tolerated. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and sharing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I'll continue to welcome respectful disagreement. But I will not allow this council or the public that we serve to be disrespected. So additionally, I want to assure everyone that from time to time you may see council members go to the back here behind us, but just know that there's audio and televisions back there where they stay fully engaged. So at this time, I'd like to ask our city attorney, Mr. Risley, to review the rules of decorum.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near our city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority in speaking over non-residents, and if you have a petition or any relevant information, if you'll please give it to Ms. Huerta, she will distribute it to us before you begin speaking. So today we have 17 public commenters, and we will start with Keenan Lehman.
Hey, guys. I do have a petition, but I was not aware that I should have printed off several copies. I have given it to Sylvia, so she
Can you state your name and city, please?
Oh, Keenan Lehman and Corpus Christi, Texas.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to read the petition so you guys can hear it. I own a business off of Everhart. It's been under construction for about 2 years now. And I think it's subject to end in about 6 months or 8 months or something like that. I've looked at the timeline. I think that's what they're projecting. So this petition, I'll just read it word for word. It says, we the businesses of Everhart between Alameda and SPID are demanding economic relief from the city of Corpus Christi due to the construction project that began in 2023 and is subject to end in 2026. This project has forced businesses to lose unseen profits, set them back years of progress, even forcing many to close or pay moving costs and find another location. We are unhappy with the current state of the road construction and demand that the city pay the lost revenue to ensure that local businesses do not go under but remain a part of Everhart Road. The city has neglected these local businesses without care or consideration. We are demanding that the city pay out economic relief immediately to these businesses and all who have been affected. And then I have about 30 signatures from different business owners on the road with an estimated loss of $4 million in revenue, just collectively, just a small estimate. I asked everybody to write down how much money they thought they had lost over the last 2 years that they could directly draw from the construction, different things happening, like they're being able to pull into their business was blocked off, and that whole day they wouldn't make any money, and normally it'd be like a $2,000 day, so that's $2,000, stuff like that. So they just recorded it all down, and they wrote it in a very, very rough estimate, about $4 million. So again, we're just asking that the city would please consider putting in some sort of economic relief program for these small businesses. A lot of cities have programs like this, small grants that they can give to businesses that are affected by construction. It is like a very common thing. And I don't know why Corpus Christi doesn't have it. You guys, well, we do have you guys do make the signs for the businesses, I think. And this would fall under, I guess, that same jurisdiction of who's ever doing that. But again, we're just asking for we're asking for direct revenue, or economic relief, sorry. That's it, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman.
Yeah.
No, we appreciate it. Mr. Zanoni, I did receive your email, and we did send it out, Peter. But if we can look into how we can, I mean, sometimes there are ways to better manage, right, the traffic in and out of the businesses. Similar to Alameda. Remember when we had the issue on Alameda? We'll look into it, and we'll be in touch with you.
Okay.
We'll be in touch with you.
Again, this isn't, I mean, the construction crews, that's like a whole different thing. The construction crews are horrible, and the way that they've managed their time has been horrible. I have countless amounts of footage of them just sitting around doing nothing for 2 or 3 hours. It's absolutely horrible. And they are working in the middle of the day. They're not working overnight, so they're not working 24 hours, which most construction companies do in bigger cities in order to make sure that this doesn't happen.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman, and that's why I just directed that to the city manager, and then we'll be in touch with you.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Brad Bartleson. Oops, go ahead. Go ahead.
So my understanding is that the intersection work at SPID and Everhart has eliminated all traffic. I'm a frequenter of Everhart. It's just difficult. And they say that's going to be finished in December. That'd be a first start. So any conversation we have with the contractor to get that intersection work done in November, that would be very beneficial. And then I guess it's March for the rest. If you could just kind of confirm that timeline, and then if you could ask the contractor to do what they can to expedite. Yeah. Sorry, Mary.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Bartleson.
More helpful ideas. I'll start. Good afternoon, Brad Bartleson, District 5. I previously presented on the merits of evaporation control on Lake Corpus Christi. The lake now is at 16%, will continue to descend further, as you've seen. These merits now increase for this.
Note that the lake size is 1/2 of what it was a year ago. Next slide. With our planned use at 32 MGD and evaporation at 57, we're losing twice as much to evaporation as we're getting out of it. There is a solution that is easy decision to make amidst our current water turmoil. This is floating solar. It's easy for us as we have no capital nor operating investment. There are corporate entities which will pay for this in exchange for the revenue from power generation. These can be deployed in a distributed floating island manner, allowing yet for recreational use. We get free evaporation control. It assists in restoring the lake level, and energy is added to our grid. Everyone wins. As the city owns Lake Corpus Christi, they are a decision maker. The costs we would have are for a feasibility study, any permits needed, and partial use of the lake. TWDB has a keen eye on this significant loss of precious water. Floating solar has a good history and is expanding. These systems float on the water surface and are anchored to the bottom. They've been shown to be durable against wind and storms. Using TWDB evaporation data covering 29% of the lake will yield back 21 MGD. This will begin with a feasibility study, a demonstration project, before larger implementation. The beauty of this plan is that we get water benefit without capital outlay and no OpEx as well. Everyone wins. It's an easy decision. The request at this time is to develop a statement of work and fund a feasibility study to that. Upon such a successful demonstration project funded by the company would be engaged. This would all be an open bid process with multiple bidders engaged. This isn't a total solution for water, yet it can be a part of this, and it costs us almost nothing. Floating solar fits our goals and our best decision process in water resourcing, that of people first and cost-benefit analysis. Living within our means instead of borrowing away our future is a wise way to live. Successful people ask how much because they purchase out of their means, while poor people ask how much per month, giving away their future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Richard? Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Peter, as you know, this has been presented as part of our workshop. Is there any way that we can look into this study?
Yes, there is. I'll work with Nick on it.
All right, thank you.
Richard Milby.
I'm Rick Corpus Christi. I'm going to yield to Pastor Robert Simmons.
Robert Simmons, Corpus Christi. I wanted to start out by saying I heard all your rules. We don't have any complaints or criticisms. Matter of fact, just relax a little bit. We have several pastors who stand together on several different things. And so what we come today with, I hope, is considered very positive. We all love Corpus Christi and the people of Corpus Christi, and we all love our Lord. While we come from different denominational backgrounds, there are a lot of things we're together on. I'm only talking because they wanted me out front because I'm short. And, of course, we understand that Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lord of Lords, that he died for us on a cross, was buried, and rose again 3 days later. We understand that there's a water problem in Corpus Christi. Been sitting there listening to it for quite a while now. We know that you have a lot of mechanical things, a lot of issues to deal with there. We also believe that the God of heaven can do that which is impossible. So When we hear about La Nina, and La Nina brings drought, we know that we have a God who's bigger than drought. And we have a God who can bring rain out of nothing, because we have a God who can do the impossible. So what we have to bring before you today is a call to prayer in the form of a resolution, if you don't mind if I read it. Whereas the Spanish explorer Alonso Alvarez de Pineda in 1519 discovered and named our bay in honor of the Christian feast day of Corpus Christi. And whereas our beloved city, Corpus Christi, means body of Christ, and whereas the scriptures teach that God always blesses faithful obedience of any people who follow his commands and precepts, and whereas throughout history God has closed the heavens and withheld rain as a discipline to a people who disobeyed his commands and precepts, Deuteronomy 11:17, 1 Kings 8:35, 2 Chronicles 6:2. And whereas we, the citizens of Corpus Christi, have experienced a drought for the past 7 years, and whereas God told Solomon, following his prayer of dedication over the newly completed temple, if I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, and my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, will forgive their sins, and will heal their land. Therefore we, the pastors and gatekeepers of Corpus Christi, uniting our hearts in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, do hereby call upon the citizens of Corpus Christi to fast, pray, and repent before the God of heaven, to show his mercy upon us, and to open the heavens and fill our watershed to overflowing. There are many churches this weekend who will be having joint prayer services. At our church, 8 to 10 pastors have come together. We expect a lot of people to show up. We're going to be meeting at 6:30. There will be others across the city in which we will be calling upon the Lord to send rain. We invite you to join one of those gatherings. We'd love to have you come and be a part. Where'd you go with it?
And in our time allotted left, that's the end of the 5 minutes?
I think, right.
Okay. Let me just offer a prayer, okay, of repentance on behalf of our city. Father, we're in so need of water right now, and we call upon the God of creation who controls the weather, that you would open the heavens, Lord, and fill our watershed. Forgive us our sins in this city, Lord. Help us, we pray, as a people to honor you in all of our lives. Bless this council, I pray, and the hard decisions they have to make. But God, perform that miracle that people might see your glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor. Eric Von Wade.
I too will not be criticizing anybody today, except I came to praise an element of our city that I think.
You state your name and city?
Corpus Christi, Texas. Sorry, got carried away. I was still praying for rain works. District 2, although I chased him away. There's room enough for 2 Erics in this room. I want to say thank you to all of you for the great work that you've been doing. I think the council that we need is the council that we have, and you all can do wonderful things with the city behind you. But one thing that I don't want us to forget about, we talk a lot about those men and women in blue, our police force. They have a willingness to put themselves in harm's way for us every single day. And we speak about it in generalities, but I can tell you from specifics, there are some programs I hope that we continue to back, and that we give our Chief Markle all the support wherever he is that he needs on these. Our special gang unit and our special violence unit in particular. On August the 1st of this year, approximately 12:30 a.m., I was at what used to be the Buccaneer Apartments, now the Spanish Bay. I was getting a clean shirt out of the back of my Jeep when I was attacked by 3 men with guns, 2 with 9mm semi-automatic handguns, and 1 with an AK-style rifle with a folding stock and a banana clip. They began to strike me in the back of the head numerous times with a pistol, demanding I surrender my Jeep. I refused to do so. I preoccupied them with the challenge of trying to knock me unconscious or force me to surrender my Jeep. I thought that maybe if I stalled long enough, somebody would call 911, or that there might be somebody else that would come outside, since they shot at me 3 times point-blank range and missed. The last time they had the gun pointed at my face as I'd ripped out of my shirt that they were using to try to control me, and I saw the individual squint. I took a chance and ducked to the left, and he shot past my right ear. One woman came outside of that apartment with no weapon and demanded that they leave, with terms that are not acceptable here at council, but fit the moment at the time. They turned their weapons at her, and I surrendered the keys to my Jeep at that moment because I figured there was somebody else's life that was at risk besides my own. When finally calling 911, before that, I thought that was the end of it. They were going to leave. They shot her in the back. It penetrated her lung, her spleen, and they had to remove part of her lower intestine and her spleen. She was in ICU for 4 days. When the police did arrive, it was the most professional and on-point operation I have ever seen. Those two captured the individuals with my description within a couple of hours, returned my Jeep, and I identified them in the field. I have been training with a lot of United States Army, Marine Corps, and I have never seen a more professional or expedient form of justice served. Our men and women do not just have the courage to put themselves in harm's way every day, they have the training and commitment to be the best there is. I would put our police force up against everyone else anywhere in the country, and we need to make sure that they have our backing and our support. And the woman who took the bullet for me came here today. It's her first time to City Council. I know we can't applaud, but I'll give the silent applaud the first time to council, and again, she's very thankful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Von Wade. And we've got 2 of them right back there, so thank you for what you do every day. Thank y'all, and thank you for that testimony. Jesse Lapointe. Jesse Lapointe. Okay, Susie Saldana.
Susie Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. You know, you've just gone through a budget. You know how hard up we are for money. You know, it just saddens me to see how much money you guys are spending on attorneys when there was no need for it. Okay? So if you have to clear up what you have to clear up, it is essential that you guys realize that you cannot be just spending money when we're in a deficit in some of our issues here. It is sad to hear how much money is going to be spent. Yes, you should have a defense. Yes, you should be able to defend yourself. However, you've got to remember that that money is coming out of taxpayers, and that doesn't seem to be coming across. It doesn't seem to we, the people out there, to see that this is happening. We are the ones that are looking out there. We're the ones that are coming to you and saying, look, thank you for the things you do for small businesses. Gee, we're happy you do it. Look at what's happening on Everhard and what's being heard by the businesses. All of these issues are together. Whatever you take out of one pot comes out of that huge pot of the general fund. So I want you to really think hard on what you're doing. Really think hard of what is important to the citizens of Corpus Christi and what is important to our town. The pastor said it right. We need water. That should be our priority. We definitely need water. But we also need money to get things done, and to get things done that are important and not because of legal fees.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Adam Rios.
Adam Rios, Corpus Christi. I'm going to be as positive as I can. Just want to share something with you guys. As of yesterday, Corpus Christi BMX was officially recognized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization. This is a huge step forward in bringing our vision to life and creating a BMX home for our community. Behind this accomplishment is an astounding board of leaders who each bring their own strengths to the table, from strategic planning and fundraising to community outreach and hands-on work. Every member contributes a unique talent as well as dedication. Together, we are forming this team committed to making Corpus Christi BMX a reality. With our nonprofit status secured, we're more determined than ever to work hard, preserve, and build not just a track, but a lasting legacy for riders and families in Corpus Christi. Now, there are still topographic surveys and survey CAD work to be done, as well as city reviews, but here's the plot twist, and I'm going to be as positive as I can about this. You usually hear me talking about involving somebody in the community, whether it's the skate community or BMX community, involved in the planning, because it's really important as stakeholders in it that we be included. There was $50,000 set aside, which was bond money that was going to go into the BMX track at Salinas to be sanctioned in an area of town that would love to have something like that. Unfortunately, a disconnect seemed to have happened. Some of us weren't being involved. We have a representative from USA BMX who is on our board, and it seems that most of the money was spent on design. So now there's no money left over for construction. So you basically design something that we can't build. And you're talking about $40,000 roughly of that money. Now it can still be saved and there's still things we can do, but this is what I mean about a disconnect is our representative not being involved created what I'm about to read to you, kind of a snag on all this, because unless somebody from USA BMX is involved in design as a national organization, they cannot sign off on it. So basically, we spent the budget that won't even be approved for sanctioning, so we can't have contests here and they can't do it. So what we have is the design for a pretty expensive practice track, which can be used, you know, again, but the whole point of this was to bring attention to BMX. I mean, like I said, we're having our BMX Hall of Fame here in Corpus, and we don't have a track, but they love Corpus. There's a lot of eyes on Corpus with alternative sports. I'm not sure what the hesitation is as far as the city and Visit Corpus Christi and everybody coming together. You hear me talk about X Games and bring all this attention. This is kind of part of the problem. I think it can be saved, and I think we can work together.
Councilman Barrera.
Hey, Peter, I know we've gone through several iterations of design simply because over there at the Greenwood Ball Fields and then with the new, the proposition of the fire station.
Right.
And so I don't know if we could get staff to just relook at that to ensure, I mean, because I know we did some things like at one time we talked about turfing a whole field, and then we said we're just going to do the infield, so that way we can kind of determine whatever that information came out to see what we could do out there, at least to get something started.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Amanda Guerra.
Hello, Amanda Guerra, Corpus Christi, District 5. So I'm here to talk about the convention center. I don't know if y'all are aware, but Ticketmaster is being sued, and I know that the city of Corpus Christi has a contract with OVG, and if I'm not mistaken, about 3 or 4 meetings ago, their contract is up in 2027, but they have to be informed a year before if you're going to keep the contract, if not. So I'm asking that y'all please stay on top of that. Please do not renew with this company. Obviously, their CEO was fired for bad practices. But basically, what Ticketmaster was doing was they were allowing bots to buy tickets. So the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit on May of 2024, sweeping antitrust lawsuit accusing the companies of running an illegal monopoly in the live event industry across the U.S. The suit claims that the company's dominant position and exclusionary conduct harms the fans, the artists, the venues, and the competition. The FTC alleges that the Live Nation and Ticketmaster are engaged in illegal practices to maintain a monopoly, allowing ticket brokers to inflate prices and increase costs for consumers. The lawsuit points to practices that force fans to pay more for events and alleges that Ticketmaster's dominance contributes to higher ticket prices. So I went to a concert in Austin and bought 5 tickets, had great seats, and they even had like offers where, like, when you go to the movies and you can get like a popcorn and a drink, or this was a really nice establishment, and I got the same amount of tickets with all-you-can-eat barbecue that's in the location, did not have to pay for parking, and paid less. And I just want y'all to consider that, I don't know who's making these contracts with these companies, but I'm gonna ask that they please stop giving them these luxury parachutes, because it's not in the best interest of the taxpayers, because if y'all were to drop your contract with OBG all of a sudden, then they would still get that beautiful parachute that they still have to get paid, and apparently that's done throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Robert Simmons? Robert Simmons? Matthew Rankin?
Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi. People on YouTube know me as HBO Matt. We're going to talk about decorum rules because, as the mayor said, your rules have been around for 30 years, so for 30 years you've been violating the law. Rosenfeld versus New Jersey, 1972 ruling from the Supreme Court. Profanity directed at a school board cannot be criminalized and is protected free speech. Cohen versus California, a whole bunch of other stuff, same thing. But you guys in Corpus are used to violating the state law and the Constitution. You guys are the reason half the preemption laws in the state have been passed. So we'll go with 551.007E. Government body may not prohibit public criticism of the government body, including criticism of any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service. This subsection does not apply to public criticism that is otherwise prohibited by law. Well, FYI, Supreme Court ruled more than 50 years ago, profanity directed at a public body at a public meeting during their time to speak cannot be criminalized or prohibited by law. Let's see, 145 left. I'll have some other stuff to bring up with you guys in the next meeting, but I got to save it for then. But little bombshell for you. 4615B6, new statute, got passed a couple years ago, but they did a fuzzy job of getting the wording right. So TML told you guys to ignore it. 2 years ago, they fixed the loophole. It's now completely in effect. It says that anybody with a carry license can carry their handgun into any open meeting. So I'll let you guys take a look at that, go do your research. For some reason, TML didn't send out a second memo saying it had been fixed and couldn't be ignored anymore. But we'll save that for the next meeting. Also, police department can't be hiding behind court security. So we're waiting for the AG to finish their inspection, their investigation. You guys ignored the notice I gave you. So I'm going to recommend this to anybody else who doesn't agree with the decorum rules, which unlawful, unconstitutional. Just drop this at the end of what you're going to say. Fuck the mayor and fuck your rules. That it? Just going to give me a look? Because see, under the 14th...
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, my time's up.
No, it's up.
Oh, it's up?
It's up. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me?
Class A misdemeanor official oppression.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Do I need to leave?
I need you to come in.
He's leaving the podium, so the process would be to ask him to leave, which you did.
Thank you. Isabella Riza.
Okay, Isabel Raiza, District 2, a co-founder for the Greater Good. Since the desal vote, people have been asking, how are we going to resolve the water crisis? And I'm here to say that we have to focus on industrial water use. There is no way around that. Of the almost 39 billion gallons of water billed in 2024, residents only used 13.6%. This July, we used 12.3%, and in August, we used 12.6%. Residents use water for life: drinking, bathing, flushing toilets, cooking, and cleaning. Industry uses water for profits, and they use the lion's share of our water. We need to focus on that, and here are some of the things that we can do. 1, end the drought exemption for high-volume water users. It's only been around since 2018. Get rid of it. Industry uses the vast majority of our treated and raw water. End their drought exemption. 2, enact a version of the city's drought contingency plan. Section 10 of the city's drought contingency plan calls stage 3 drought a critical water shortage and says we should reduce treated water demand by 30% or more. We have been in stage 3 since December of 2024. Mandate reductions for industry's water use, not just for treated water, but for raw water too. If they don't meet the reduction, charge them a drought surcharge. Right now, residents have been conserving water, and you increased our water rates. That is perverse. The water use rates should actually reward customers who use less. But right now, because the city caters to industry, that's not what happens. 3, use the power you already have. The city's municipal code, section 55-154, gives the city the authority to establish a surcharge, which is intended to, and I quote, regulate and deter the use of water during a period of serious drought in order to achieve necessary water conservation. The city keeps talking about how we're going to run out of water. If you believe that, use the power you have. End the drought restriction for high-volume water users. Mandate a reduction in industry's water use and impose a drought surcharge on industry. And if they fail to meet their reduction in demand goals, you have the power to use it. Impose that drought surcharge. 4, create a new dashboard similar to your water supply dashboard, but let's call it the high-volume water users dashboard. For the top 10 or 20 water users, maintain a dashboard that has a bar graph for each corporation that shows their previous day water use and the same day reports for the previous 3 years so that we can see if they're doing better. We have to pay attention to who's using the water, not just if the water's there. I have other ideas about the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, who I think has actually contributed to our water crisis, but I'm running out of time, so I'll be back next time to share my thoughts on that.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Just not that I'm supporting verbal bad words here, but just a friendly reminder that the U.S. Constitution, First Amendment, supersedes any state law or city ordinance, always. And you guys need to look that up. Because at the end of the day, what's happening with some of you is that you're lying on record, you're misleading the community, you're stealing taxpayer dollars, you're costing the community more taxpayer dollars because you are liars, and it's frustrating people. And they're coming in here, I'm a Christian, I support praying for rain and praying for this extremely corrupt people that are sitting here, not all of you, but that was a demonstration. When we tried to stand up to support our fellow non-desal supporters, that was a demonstration. Now you had 11 pastors sitting up here, that was a demonstration. If I had 10 people come and stand behind me, that is a demonstration. This is the part that infuriates people and antagonizes them to act out in negative ways. I'm not exactly sure why we can't understand this. And a certain individual that's supposed to know that they're the head of the council also publicly thanked commenters earlier today. That's outside of decorum. And you continuously ask people to follow rules that none of you are following. Lies, deceit, fear-mongering, lying under oath. This is insanity. The community is exhausted. We are ready to replace every single person that continues to behave in this manner, including all city staff. All city staff. We will just start over again. And thank you for your time, and definitely have the day you deserve, and thank you for not asking me to leave for being boisterous.
Jason Hale. Then we'll have Daniel Pena, Christina English, Mark Minster, and Eli McKay.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. Today, I want to start out with an update. It's page 3 and 4 from the handout. Basically, I've been trying to get the modeling data and, well, the modeling and the data for the Inner Harbor project. I submitted requests with the city and the TCEQ, and neither of them have the modeling and the data used for the 2023 modeling, which was used for the permit that was issued this year or last year. And I just wanted to express how frustrating and disappointing that is, because we literally have the Texas Foundation for Conservation who's putting up money to get a second opinion on this data, which I believe is a huge benefit to the city, because we need a second pair of eyes on this type of project that's happening in our bays. And I think it's something that most residents are concerned about. So yeah, I just wanted to update you all on that. And also, you know, I have the modeling and the data used to substantiate this project, then maybe we should vacate the permits, because we're not, you know, proving our work, and there's no way for people to double check it. And so I think it's really important to make that information available to the public. So please do what you can to get that modeling and data from the contractors, the engineering firms. And second, I just wanted to talk about water supply developments. So that's page 1 and 2 of the handout. Basically, over the next couple of weeks, y'all will be reviewing over 150 million gallons a day of new water projects, which is enough to double our water supplies. And while that does sound great, the costs involved are immense. And so basically, I'm requesting that you keep in mind the affordability of water for residents. But affordability isn't the only factor. If we tie up all of these supplies today, future generations will have limited options for new water supplies. So I'm asking that you keep that in mind as well. And so I just kind of, on page 2, I sketched out like what I believe we say the plan is, and that is to pretend that Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon don't exist. And so you have 70 from Mary Roads, you have 28 from the groundwater wells on the Nueces River, which leaves 21 million gallons to meet the water demands we had for 2023. So how y'all do that is up to you. Evangeline would be more than that. And so when we do get the rain that we are due for, that means we would have 184 million gallons a day available to us, which gives us a lot of flexibility for different stuff I laid out in the comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Daniel Pena?
Hi, I'm Daniel Pena, District 1, lifelong resident of Corpus Christi. I stand with Hillcrest, so that's where I'm from, born and raised, you know. Again, I'm still on the food trucks. I'm not going to let it go. I can't, you know, these are things that we as a small business, which we are a smaller small business, people seem to overlook and think that, you know, we're made of money. You You know, I'm going to go back to our fire marshal. Y'all know I brought it to y'all's attention. I brought y'all the ordinances, I brought you state law that says what y'all voted into effect is illegal. The fire marshal now is taking it upon, because I just helped 3 other food trucks get their permits. They hadn't gotten them from last year because they didn't know the rules. So what they're doing is changing and manipulating the law that y'all voted in again. So they're making new rules for them to come in here and say, oh, well, you need to do this, get this type of hose, and now that's not how that works. You know, once you make a memorandum of what's going to happen, you got to imply it. It's not a twist of words. It's not how you interpret it. It's what's in the law. If they didn't know about the new hoses that I brought to y'all's attention, they do now. And so they're pushing them away from those hoses again. He's going out about again, and they're going out and messing around with food trucks with a decibel meter. I brought that up last time. He's doing it again. He's doing it to other trucks. He don't realize how many trucks are actually behind me. I don't come up here and I don't demonstrate with 40, 50 food truck owners like they had the 7 pastors here and everybody else. I don't need to do that. I've already been blackballed all through the city. I've showed y'all evidence through emails and everything else. I'm going to show y'all that I have the permits, and I stand and I protest. I won't post them. I have them for my food trucks. Anybody asks them, they're here. Right here, I have them. I don't have no question on 2 different trailers. I don't post them because we're paying all this money just right here. That's $500. $500 for 4 pieces of paper. And what does our city health department, I'm going to the health department. What does the health department do? They overlook it. I got emails and I haven't, I'm sorry that I haven't posted all this stuff, and I'm trying to get it in email so y'all can see it on there, but you know, now I'm going to the health department. I'm paying all this money for these permits, and yet you go after 5 o'clock and go down Ayers, go down Port, go down Baldwin, go down Staples. How many of those trucks don't have them? I got an email from Dante Gonzalez, the interim director, saying that they're going to fine me $50 a day for every day that I don't post this. Well, how many trucks down those streets don't have them? I wish I would have already done this before I left for y'all's next few meetings, because I'm not going to be here. But you know, there's so many trucks out there. There's over 40 trucks that don't have those permits posted. When are they going to take effect and stand and work past 5 o'clock and go shut those trailers down and go shut? They're working, they're operating with illegally with no propane permits, or their inspections for the fire marshal, which we've already done, which I've done. They're working with no permits or health inspections, but yet they're allowed to keep operating.
Yeah.
You know, y'all keep saying, I'm sorry, I know you keep telling them to ask to get in touch with me, but I've been here for over a month.
Right.
And not one person, except for one person, has reached out.
Mr. Zanoni, well, this is very operational, and I know we've sent this out. I think your team is working on it?
No, the fire chief sent out a memo today, and the parks director sent a memo today as well to the council. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's too long to read it here, Councilwoman. It's 2 pages, but yeah.
Okay, we'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Christina English?
Christina English, District 1. There has always been security coming into this building. We recognize the additional theater at the chamber doors as a poor attempt to chill speech. I noticed this morning that the mayor physically left the dais when she recused herself. I appreciate that because it feels like the most appropriate way to handle things. I do wonder why she wouldn't take the same measures when discussing her own investigation. She not only didn't remove herself from that discussion, but she pleaded with and gaslit the council and made every possible attempt to influence that decision. Parts of the rest of my comment are excerpts from the 2007 Leonard v. Robinson decision, one of many court decisions that pertain directly to the City of Corpus Christi's public comment policy. Let's hope we don't violate any more rights today. The First Amendment reflects a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. Even those who advocate the most narrow interpretation of the freedom of speech agree that in a democratic forum, like a township meeting, the state should abstain from regulating speech. Any peace officer in attendance can reasonably be expected to restrain herself from arresting speakers based upon what they say while advocating their political positions in an orderly fashion. See Houston v. Hill, noting that a properly trained officer may reasonably be expected to exercise a higher degree of restraint than the average citizen. Therefore, because Leonard's arrest was not supported by probable cause, it was error for the district court to grant Robinson qualified immunity. This is a case where a community member's conviction and the arresting officer's qualified immunity were overturned after the community member was arrested for saying "God damn" in a public township meeting. The case is only one of several that affirm the public's right to come up here and say anything that's not fighting words or an incitement to violence. This city council's public comment policy is just that, it's a policy. It is not the law. It certainly does not supersede our Constitution and should not be held as grounds for arrest. That's illegal. I look forward to this mayor and council moving away from their fascist tendencies and reviewing their policies and actions under the bright light of democracy. Additionally, public comment should be held at 5:30 on Monday, noon on Tuesday, and at every item. Virtual speakers should be given equal access at all of those times.
Thank you. Mark Minster?
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. Last time I was here, y'all were voting on the budget items, and I mean, there's a lot of things: fees for Parks and Rec, water rates, property taxes, other things I can't remember too. But I felt bad for the position y'all were put in consistently of having to raise rates or cut city staff or cut city services. And at the end of the meeting, there were some of y'all that were saying like, my vote now is, I'm unsure of my vote now because we've already raised the fees on so many things. And so I wanted to come up and talk on each agenda item and just say the same thing. These are just fees you're raising for regular residents and average people. So talking about property taxes, I've come up here before and talked about IDAs a lot of time, before even actually seeing the breakdown of the IDA revenue. And I did actually get a public information request that actually broke down the city's IDA revenue from recent years. And one of the things that struck me the most, there's been public comment about a specific crypto company and their specific IDA, and when it was presented to the city council, they were saying that they were gonna be contributing $10 million a year from their IDAs. And when I got this breakdown of the city's IDA revenue, even the biggest companies like Valero and other companies, like the highest from one company we were getting a year was like $4 to $5 million. So I was like, how was this one company saying that they were gonna get 10 million? And then they ended up only paying like around $2,000. And so that makes me question, as I've been questioning, these IDA agreements for everyone else. And these are 15-year agreements now. And I just want to bring this to the conversation because we're raising rates for residents, their property taxes. This is something that could bring the city tens of millions, hundreds of millions of revenue that you could use to benefit residents, talking about the economic development for the people on Everhart. Going on to the Type B funds, like, those jobs that they're bringing in, you put it on the slideshow, there were 33,000 or less salary jobs. I don't see that as economic development. I don't see a couple more hotels bringing a significant change to our economic development or bringing a significant benefit to us. Yeah, I would want the city to pursue sustainable water solutions that make sense for the customer class that you are supposed to represent. We should never have gotten in this position of being in stage 3 drought and our lake level is so low. Industry should not be driving our demand. It's not sustainable. They should get whatever's left over and what the council that represents the residents decides that they get. And also, I learned a lot today. Ticketmaster, definitely don't make any deals with them. They're a ridiculous monopoly. And at the end of the meeting last week, it was just frustrating. You had the 2-hour conversation about the investigation and the behavior from council. I thought there was loud and boisterous behavior and speaking out of turn. And how do you expect residents, as someone else was saying, residents are gonna reflect the behavior that we see from y'all. And it's honestly so embarrassing to see the contradictions and to just see the people representing our city that I know that like if residents did the same thing, you would face more significant consequences. And with the demonstration, I know if it was anti-desal people, y'all would have shut it down.
Eli McKay.
It's going to be hard to follow Mark. I talk kind of slow. So, Hello, my name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful uptown Corpus Christi. Nice to be able to look you in the eyes when I say that. So it's nice to be back in chambers today. I like to come in so I can bring positive energy into the room. I was traveling the last couple of months, and so I was forced to watch council virtually because I just can't stop watching y'all. I can't look away. I traveled over 6,000 miles on that trip, and I want to share a list of some things that I did not see while traveling that I see every single day here. So first, flaring or heavy industry butting up against neighborhoods. I actually only saw heavy industry twice in all of my 6,000 miles of traveling. Once I got out of Texas, that is. I also didn't see neglected city parks without amenities. I did not see excessive police presence at public events. I suppose they were there, but they were probably focusing on crime. I also did not see very many streets with potholes. And I did not see mass quantities of people buying their drinking water because they trusted their tap water. I also didn't see residents with an unrelenting love for their community. I did not see residents who were active and invested in their local government. So it's great to be home. And I tell you these things in hope that you will reflect more often. Reflect and be honest with yourself about what you have done to perpetuate the negative things, and also what you have done to appreciate the positive things. I don't think a lot of cities have people that are so passionate about their community to show up every Tuesday, whether it's noon or 5:30, or just stay all day like some people do. I have spent several decades of this lifetime leading teams for corporations that might be considered menial jobs to most people. I always tried to instill a sense of pride and joy in the work, which hopefully turned those menial jobs into something more. And so I feel that you are the ones who should inspire all of our city employees to take pride in and enjoy their work. You should stand up to those who see the city as a business and work towards living wages for all city employees. If you're not doing that, then non-uniformed employees should organize for collective bargaining rights the way that police and fire have. The people working entry-level positions in solid waste, parks and rec, public works, CCW, and many other departments are the real MVPs of our city. No offense, it's not y'all, it's them. And so if you're sitting on that dais and you're not making every effort to fix the problems in our city while taking ownership for your own mistakes and the mistakes made by those who served before you, then you can do better. So let's see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Okay, that concludes our public comment, and there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Pardon? Who has a question?
Did you have any more questions for Nick?
We did. I'm sorry, yes. Where is he?
He's coming.
Okay, yes, we did. Thank you. Who had a question? Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Okay, well, I guess the question was, how much water is enough water for us, for our city? Because it never seems, again, that it'll ever be enough. We had, of course, our public commenter give us a breakdown as to, how much we have and what it doesn't say how much we can afford, but how much is enough is, I guess, my question. What goal are we trying to reach? What amount of water is enough for our area? Are we going? That's the question.
Let me think through that a little bit, Councilwoman. I mean, how much water is enough for our area? We need to define the area. We need to define what we're looking at. Obviously, and we heard a lot of different projects today, one from STWA, right? If they develop their own water supply, It depends, do we take that into consideration? Are we looking at just what CCW is providing? Obviously, there's a lot of different entities that are looking into their own supply right now, so it makes the question difficult to answer. I can't give you an answer right now. I mean, that's a
And don't you
broad
think that
question.
that is a basic question? That is a very basic question. And that's why I'm asking it, because when we save water, we're charged more for it. So it's like, damn if you do and damn if you don't. So that's why I'm asking that question. So I really would like us to look at this holistically, because for me, for my part, it seems like it would never be enough. So that's why I ask it.
Well, and I understand that completely. I'm trying to qualify this because a lot goes into it. And we've been under drought restrictions for quite some time. So is having enough water to a point where people can water their lawns whenever they want, then we need to take that into consideration. Is having enough water, just enough water to not go to level 1 emergency? That's another situation. We've got that on the water supply dashboard. So there are a lot of things, and what one person may want, some people may want to water their lawn every single day, may not be what the next person wants. So it's hard for me to give a holistic answer with all of those different intangibles.
Well, I think one of the things that we have been neglecting to do, or have neglected to do, is to actually have the conservation water plan, which should have been done before the drought contingency plan, in my estimation, in my eyes, because we're living in limited resources, and so that's why we neglected to do that, and now we're going to have to go backwards and say, okay, this is what we need to do. And one of the things that has come up throughout the years is about this, the drought exemption fee, because I do also believe in that the more you use is the more you should pay, and I think that would be one way to control our rates and our water reservoirs. So again, I challenge our water department to come up with an actual number that would suffice. Like you say, I don't know if we'll ever go back. That's the real thing, is to watering like we used to, because we're living in limited resources with the water, because even if we go with all these other projects, it's going to cost all of us. So I don't know. So anyway, that's what I wanted to state.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and just a couple of items. We are actively working on the water conservation plan. That's something I've got with staff to get an update, and we are actively working on that. The other item I want to bring in, and you're right, water rates, right, are distributed across our ratepayers. And we've worked very hard for rate equity.
Yes.
Right, and we've come a long way, and we're very proud of that. The team and I and our rate modeler are very proud of that. But when you look at water costs, there's fixed costs that we definitely have to cover, and depending upon the number of users, it's split. There's that equity component, and you said it yourself. It must have been a council meeting a month ago or so, but you've got those fixed costs you've still got to cover. You still got to run the water plant. You still need chemicals. We got to make sure our water is safe to drink. Those costs have to be covered.
Right.
And the less water you sell, incrementally, the rates are going to have to cover that.
And the other is I did direct our city manager to look into the solar floating panels. That was one of the options that I advocated for when we had that first water workshop, and I'm hoping that our city manager will direct you to look into that feasibility study.
Yeah, and I did hear that, and, you know, I would like to say it does get complicated because we own the water in Lake Corpus Christi, we own the dam, we own the property the dam is on. We don't own the adjoining properties, we don't own the property under the dam, so there is coordination with the State Parks and Wildlife, there's coordination with the GLO, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the other property owners. There's a lot going on there.
Well, just like any other projects, yes, you will run into obstacles, and just like we are now with Evangeline and all the other ones, right? We're going to come up with some obstacles. So I just think that if we, you know, decide that this is what we want to do, we go after it, and we can achieve it if we are mindful, if we are directed to do it, if we have the will to do it. But if there's no will and there's no direction to do it, then it's not going to get done. So I'm hoping that you will have the will and the direction to do it. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I wanted to kind of, during public comment, we had the graph that was given, which I reminded me of my question earlier. So with the Mary Roads pipeline right now, I know the last time you guys spoke, you were looking at taking a pump from the Woodsboro station, I think, because if we're going to yield more out of the Mary Roads pipeline, then you've got to continue to change the pump configuration, right?
Yeah, so currently we're pumping at Schedule 4, which is approximately 72 million gallons a day. The Woodsboro and Bloomington pump stations, we have ordered spare pumping equipment to have permanently installed in case a pump goes down, we can still maintain the 72 million gallons a day.
But I thought there was additional yield you're trying to get.
So one thing, so currently we don't have enough water supply to pump additional yield. Now, if something like Evangeline came online, we would have additional water to pump. So Councilman, at the end of this calendar year, we will have used all of our Lake Texana contractual water.
Right.
We will have used almost all of our allocation from the Colorado River, right? And we pump more from the Colorado River this year than ever. And then we will have also used that 2,500 acre feet from Formosa. So running at Schedule 4, we've taken all of that.
Okay. So
when you bring on an additional supply like Evangeline, then you have more water to pump, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about. The other thing is I know we were talking about this, and it's kind of fallen off the radar. And a constituent stopped me the other day and asked me, and I couldn't tell them the answer, but they said, hey, whatever happened to Barney Davis?
Okay.
Is that just gone by the wayside? I haven't heard anything about that in a long time.
Sure. I don't have an update on Barney Davis. Yeah, I don't have an update. I know it was looked at previously, but I don't.
Okay.
Tonight, I don't have an update for you.
All right. I just wondered if you had any news on that. I couldn't tell them. I just kind of said, yeah, I remember that name. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Scott.
Yep. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you do. Peter, thank you to your team. You and your team, you guys do great work. It's some feisty conversations today, and I appreciate you guys. I just want to end with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, that being said, thank you, Nick. Thank you for your time. Esteban, thank you. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.